Right, are we live yet? I do believe we are in fact live. Alright. Today's been an interesting day. Anyway, we're back in Phoenix today. Today we are going to be back in the Phoenix. We're taking the A321 today. Yeah. Alright, so in terms of our first leg of the day, let me pull up this. Book as a passenger flight. Hey, 3, 2, 1. The IAE. And of course, the second I begin streaming, people have to move around upstairs in more significant ways. That's a little annoying. Alright. 3 hours for this first leg. Holy. Okay, if we're to do this first leg in the A350. And this first leg is... It only knocks off. It really knocks off anything. Alright. And this it is. Alright. Time 4:05. Oh dear. Let's go ahead and rush here. Let me just move over here for a second. Let me go ahead and get this thing set up. Alright, November Zulu Alpha Alpha. Where's that? November Zulu Alpha Alpha. Where's New Zealand? Where's New Zealand at? Here it is. Auckland. That's departure. Alright, there we go. Just gonna get that up. Nice. Sim brief. V pilot would help. Speed bird. 2 Papa. Speed bird 2 3 Papa. November Zulu Alpha Alpha 2. Where's it again? November Foxtrot November. Alright. And we are in the A320-200. Generate flight. There will be no diversions today. Alright. Pre-file on a VATSIM. Connect. Your Speedbird 2-3 Papa. Type 321. There we go. Now that's all good. There we go. Now we're looking solid on everything. We only have about another 10 minutes to get everything up and running, so that on. Crew supply on. Batteries on. There we go. Does it ever feel good to be back in this aircraft? It's been forever. It's been absolutely forever. Feels like it's been forever since you last in the A321. With rudder pedals just to be in a better position. Alright. Wait, what? Cam warning. Oh, there we go. There we go. Don't want to send me a message. Is the government shutdown really over? Oh dear. Hey Seb. Senators reached tentative deal to end government shutdown. So I just got a message asking if it's over. No, it's not over yet. Alright. That's interesting. Anyway, back to flying. We can talk more about political. It's not over yet, though. It's not over yet. The deal is only on paper yet. It hasn't been passed by Congress or anything. With that said, though, I'm still very happy. Loaded aircraft, instant. It's close though. It's close. All right. Yep. Well, I think Johnson was pretty clear recently about the idea that he would not be allowing the House to do anything without passing something through the Senate first. So, all right, we are Speedbird 23 Papa today. What is our cost index? Let me open SimBrief. SimBrief will tell me cost index 5. Not bad. Cruising is flight 360. Flight plan, and let's go and open up Novograph real quickly, which I might lose access to briefly this week because, of course, my budget is all over the place as usual. I had a bit of an emergency expense earlier today. Oh, it wasn't an emergency expense, but it became a bit more priority. All right. Runway 05 right. Raxi 3 Quebec. Departure 05 right. You're on the Raxi. Yeah, I haven't set anything up yet. I haven't set any of the money stuff up yet because we are not yet monetized. I think we have to be at 1,500 subscribers in order for us to get monetized. Alright. So here, IRS alignment in 4 minutes. TCAS standby. We can go and fix that now. 122.8. And I believe that we are the only ones at Auckland right now. Can we do startup in position today? I think we can. Yeah, we can do startup in position today. Might not be the official way to start up, but wait, what? Do we just spawn in on a taxiway? Go on now. And this weather's gonna get annoying. None. We're on the VATS. Hang on, let me refresh VATS and radar because that doesn't feel right at all. I know we're at Auckland. What? Why is this thing being weird? Are we not connected to VATSIM at all? Okay. Natal, sorry, November, Zulu, Alpha, Alpha. There we go. How the hell did we spawn in at a de-icing pad? Speedbird 23 Papa radio check. Oh, there's only one other aircraft here. Yeah, I figured it out. Somehow at a de-icing pad, which, okay, but doesn't feel right. Turns out I'm the VATSIM idiot today. Anyway, mass and balance. Aircraft loaded, and send that to the MCDU. We only have a few minutes before we have to, when you have a few minutes before you have to begin to start up. Okay, nav lights on, wing lights on. Let's start that APU now. Hours alignment in 1 minute. Parking brakes off. What is the weather? QNH 1008. The wind is 3503 is 1 knots. Okay, departure performance. Sync weather. Calculate. We can send that to the MCDU. Trim is up 0.6. Even though this is for some reason not allowing you to do it. Oh, we might have to be in a situation first. We might have to start the engines first. Alright. Performance, is that all in? Yes, it is. Alright. Auckland traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, startup in position. Auckland traffic. Alright. Beacon lights on. Newsky, let's go and begin this flight, please. Parking brake set. Ignition on. Sorry, not yet. We need to get the fuel pumps in. That could be bad. That could have been very bad. APU bleed. Ignition start. Engine number 2. Engine number 1.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Engines are beginning to come alive. N values on both increasing. In the meantime, taxi lights on. We can go ahead and let go of everything, of all the ground stuff. And then we can just verify that y'all can see the yoke. There we go. Everything is looking solid so far. In terms of this departure, what does this look like? MRAG at 250 knots. And then we are direct to Raxon and Calag. No altitude restrictions. Nice. Alright, back to the yoke cam. And let's go ahead and begin to get out of here. Auckland traffic speedbird 23 Papa, taxiing for runway 05, sorry, 05 right, holding point Alpha 10 via Alpha and Delta. Auckland traffic. Right. I need to get a move on. Alright, nose, you can go and throw those on now. I do miss the Phoenix. It's been so long since we last saw this thing. Such a good aircraft right here. Such a good aircraft. Alright. And you can go while we're taxiing, because we have a bit of a longer taxi, we can go ahead and do our flight controls check. Flaps are full. And why is the yoke cam wildly overexposed? We'll fix that later. Flight controls. Full down. Full up. Full left. Full right. Speed of brakes. Good. You're drifting. So I'm paying attention more to this. No, I wasn't. I was not drifting. Alright. Line up, or no, not quite at the lineup stage yet. Landing weight's on now, nose to take off. Flaps to 2.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Noted, thank you. Water brake set. Ground spoilers now to arm. Ignition back to normal. Signs on. APU off now. Takeoff config check. Got to flip these guys on. Alright, looks like we're good so far. We begin to talk more about the updated government shutdown situation once we are airborne. Up to flight level 360. No ATC online. This is a bit of a long first leg. It's about a 3-hour first leg, so that's fine though. I don't have to go into work tomorrow until 5. So quite late for work tomorrow. Oakland traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, lining up runway 05 right at Alpha. Straight at Alpha 10. Oakland traffic.
Approaching 05 right. On runway 05 right.
Alright. Let's go ahead and properly get lined up. Interesting noises I just heard from the neighbors. Alright. Let's see here. Perfect. Auckland traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa taking off runway 05 right by the RAC C3 Quebec departure. Initial climb, flight level 360. Auckland traffic. Alright. Thrust is set. Manflex 57. SRS green, auto thrust blue. Airspeed's not alive yet. Airspeed alive now. $80 knots. Feeling a little sluggish today. 120. Whoa. What was that about? Positive rate. Gear coming up. What was that about? First lever's climb now. Newsky's not going to be thrilled about that takeoff at all. Yeah, Newsky won't be thrilled about that takeoff at all. Now will it? Alright, we can begin to put some flaps away. That takeoff was probably the worst I've ever done. I really don't know what that was about. Ah, it's a 10 knot crosswind. That's what it was about. 10 knot crosswind. That's why I didn't feel great. All 5 laps away. Auckland traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa is now airborne, passing 2500, climbing now, flight level 360. Auckland traffic. In terms of takeoff, that was pretty bad. In terms of takeoffs, it was pretty bad. And of course, we get to enter a bit of a storm here. We'll just hand fly this thing for right now. The clouds are away. Begin the turn in a few moments. In terms of takeoffs, so not thrilled at that under any circumstances. Not thrilled at that at all under any circumstances. We can increase our angle of attack a little. Why are we over speed? Alright. Autopilot gets to go on now. Autopilot, do a better job at hand flying the aircraft than I was. Alright. What about that for a wing view right there? That's one, actually, that's one gorgeous wing view. You know what? This is a good screen. This is screenshot worthy right here. That right there is screenshot worthy. Which really won't be watching up here, so ground spoilers away. Alright. Everything there looks better. Yeah, total flight time for this leg is approaching the limits of the A321. At least the old one. Let's see here. The I have not yet. We'll check that out in a few moments. Yeah, I saw your message about it though. Let's see here. Let me just be on the lookout for traffic real quickly. No traffic we have to worry about. Okay, we have this guy, but we'll be long gone by the time we have to approach that guy. We are going all the way up here to Fiji. We get to go to Fiji, which hopefully might bring some beautiful sights. So, Grumpy will be happy. Grumpy was telling me about how much he enjoyed Fiji a few days ago. So, he was asking where I was on this. I told him I was at Auckland. Actually, back then we were still at Brisbane. So, we're still aiming to have this thing done by Thanksgiving, but I think that might be a bit of a stretch. Alright. VATSIM Edge. See if it, yes. VATSIM Edge right there. There we go. Cleared many planes to go over to Naughty. Nice. Alright. We are Speedbird 23 Papa today. Nice. Okay. I mean, it's useful. It's useful. TAF forecasts are now live in the weather module. See here. Let's try Heathrow. Big changes are in other modules. Okay, let's see here. Terminal aerodrome forecast. Okay. Should decode it. TAF. Nice. Nice. I actually don't know how to read TAF. I actually don't know how to read TAF. So. Show raw. Alright. 10 through whatever Zulu that is. Now, the one thing I will say, well, yeah. Yeah, the one thing I have noticed with this is that this doesn't give you the winds exactly. Right. So I like the idea behind the direction of it, but you should still make sure it's you should still give the approximate heading of the wind, and if it's a variable or not. because south doesn't help me. I mean, theoretically, if I'm landing on runway 18 at an airport somewhere, and the wind is 240 degrees, right? Then theoretically, now I know I have to factor in a crosswind component to that. So, that said though, it does look nice. It looks really nice. And it hurts my ears. And this thing's screaming at me for standard pressure. I know that was my fault. Standard pressure now. So yeah, the only thing I will say is get the winds in the decoded stuff. Make sure the winds are. Make sure you can give the heading of the winds. But outside of that, I mean, it's really good. It works well. Alright. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this flight. Our current ETA is 441 Zulu. Oh dear. It's 441 Zulu, and we are. It's a crosswind all the way there. So, ouch. What that means for U.S. Eastern Time. About basically midnight. That said, this is an 1,100 nautical mile leg right here. So, in the meantime, though, we can go and let the passengers out of their seats. And actually, I don't think I have the cabin working right now. No, the cabin, for some reason... Did I disable the cabin at some point? How did the auto thrust get disabled? Did I disable... I feel like I might have disabled the cabin at some point, but I kind of want the cabin back. Let's see here. Waterprint? No, it's not in there. Aviation weather, yeah. Let's see here. Where is it? Maybe it's in Phoenix. Sim settings. Cabin airframe. No. Airline modifiable information. Virtual A cars, yeah. Cabin. Cabin visibility, that's where it is. There we go. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on with the controls today? I need to unlink some. I need to unlink all the controls from the keyboard at this point, because that's the second time this thing just completely just screwed us over. There you go. Nice seats here. That's the second time that just completely screwed us over. Okay, that's gonna get annoying. Okay. Alright. Let's quickly figure out those controls, because that's gonna get annoying. I don't remember us having this issue, back when we were flying the Phoenix a lot recently. What the hell is going on with the controls today? I have no clue. Okay, keyboard. Search by assigned. Delete. All aircrafts. Okay. That was really annoying. I really hope that Newsky doesn't bash us for that. With that said, though, the passing score is basically nothing. So, alright. Back to assigned. My word, you have to go through all these damn. It's gonna get annoying. Delete. Back. Delete. 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 Okay, run. That's fine. Okay, those are all fine. That's all. That's fine. That's fine. Set nav 1. Delete. Okay, the main thing is okay. Well, is it flight controls? Power management, throttle. Delete. Already have throttle, thank you very much. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Alright. And then, where's the way to go back? Okay, there we go. Go back. Alright, and then it needs to be... Is it flight control services? Maybe. Yes, it is. Alright, delete that. Seb, I'll teach you how to fly at one of these days. I'll teach you how to fly one of these days, Seb. Alright. Delete all these. The keyboard only needs to be for fuse. That's what the issue was. Those. Delete. There we go. Let me just verify that that's actually done correctly now. It's flight control services. Nope, not all of them. Oh, we have to. Oh my word, we have to delete all of those as well. Damn it. It's so annoying. Secondary. Delete. There we go. Anything on here? Oh, there are stuff on here. Oh dear. Delete. 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 I already have my own buttons for those. Thank you very much. Ah, that's so infuriating right there. All that just pissed me off. Delete all those. Alright, go back. See how many of those are actually have actually been deleted. Nothing's in there. Good. Second. There we go. That nothing's in there. More we have to delete. Damn it. Okay, go back. Secondary, primary, and secondary. Why, Microsoft? Why? Okay, is that it? Hopefully that's it finally. By control surfaces. Nope. Delete. Delete. You know, it might actually just be easier just to go in and make what I actually want, but I'm not going to do that. I'm lazy. Alright. Are we finally done with flight control surfaces? I think so. Yes, we are. Alright. Then back over to power management, just verify everything's gone there as well. Throttle. Delete that one. Delete that. Delete that. There we go. Finally, that means we can hopefully. There we go. That means we can walk around without having to deal with that. That was very, very, very annoying. That was very, very, very annoying right there. Alright, now that we're done with that, we can go ahead and take a look here. How about that wing for a wing view right there? Yeah, no, that's a little close actually. That's a little close. There we go. How about that for a wing view right there? There we go. Got that one set. Wow, they have to put the lavatory right there. It's kind of annoying right there. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at this news that might begin to repair. That might begin to repay air traffic controllers. Alright, let's see here. What's this news here? On Sunday, senators struck an agreement to end the 40-day government shutdown and reopen U.S. government pairing a 3-bill minibus with a continuing resolution through January 30th. All right. mic from your... Okay, we're not transmitting, though. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's see here. Brokered the deal that's for say can reach 60 votes while maintaining a ban on pay raises, adding... Okay, oh dear. If the Senate clears the measure, it will still need House approval and Trump's signature. And right, all 100 senators must agree to expedite the consideration, and the House must return amid travel disruptions. Okay. Well, what's actually in it? Okay, they're voting on it right now. So they're voting on it right now. So we will see. We will see if this shutdown ends. But if it does end, that'll be a very good thing. And a very, very necessary one as well. Alright. The events tab is pretty cool as well. Oh, this is nice. This is nice here. NorCal Sunday. Featuring Oakland. Nice. Oslo Monday. Vet UD. Nice, nice. Vet USA. Yeah, this is all really nice right here. Not gonna lie, this is all really nice. What about UK divisions on Vetson? Oh dear. Vet UK, you kind of need to begin to do something, please. Week this all right, what about for anywhere else? Let's see here, for Vet USA. Vet USA always has a bunch of... Okay, this week. Drake on Tuesdays in Tulsa, Nashville nights. Around the clock, 24 hours in Cleveland. Nice. 11 hours of F11. Nice done, said. This all looks really nice. And I love how it takes you directly to the event page. So. Oh, speaking of VATSIM. If we go to virtual airlines, AirNott is officially we are officially on the VATSIM partner virtual airlines. So yeah, we should. Let's see here. Yep, AirNott is now officially a VATSIM partner airline. So, fleet information, basically every aircraft, basically every airliner to have ever come into existence, aside from a few 737s. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and begin to do some events once we are done with around the world, but it'll take us a while to get around the world. Aeroflot Virtual. Didn't think that was allowed. Oh, I'm joking. Oh, so Seb, I bought something, and it arrives tomorrow, and so we can expect to stream for tomorrow in the 777. I bought something. Go back to a few weeks ago stream. Sorry, not a few weeks ago. Go back to Friday night stream. And it's an FMC. And we're gonna put it. I was thinking either right here or right here. Anyway, temporarily speaking, until I can figure out a better option, this yoke cam might temporarily get moved more behind me than in front of me. I don't know. Take a look for that. That Russia. Let's see here. Where's it? That's some edge. URS. This week. Minsk online day. St. Petersburg, Moscow, Novosibirsk. Holy, how many events do they have going on this week? They have an event basically every day. Nice. You have to be careful though, because we are gonna enter into Russian territory here soon. Don't know when, but here soonish. China has nothing for this week. Japan has that going on. Yeah, UK. Come on, UK. We gotta be doing better on VETSIM. The one thing I will say, maybe, okay, maybe if we could turn this into a range, right? Because I want, for example, for like the UK, I want to see, do they have any events going on from now through like the end of the month, right? So maybe if we could see that, right, that'd be helpful. Where is it? Let's see if we can find it over here. Airport charts. Just takes it Fox. To Chart Fox. Membership. No. Resources. No. Flight planning. UK. That actually doesn't surprise me. That actually doesn't surprise me at all. How the hell did I forget about my tea? Hang on 1 second, let me dump this out. Got on the ground, logged in, completely forgot about that tea. So I had. Don't worry, it's proper Yorkshire tea. Yeah, that'd be a cool idea. That'd actually be a pretty cool idea. That's here. I missed this. I missed this thing. I missed the Fenix. I have a printer right here now. And we're gonna try something out. We're gonna see how much paper this wastes. Just give me 30 seconds to grab the cable for it and everything else. So, I have a printer right here now. And the reason I bring this up is because the Fenix actually has something really cool, and I want to see how useful it actually is. Right. Fenix actually has a really cool ability, right? Because so in real life, you actually use a printer to be able to read a lot of your you get a little printout of your slip, or of the AGGH or of the METART data. Oh, I actually looked at it earlier. 750, I think. Let's see here. 750, I think. I see that the icon's updated as well for VATS and Edge. 758. 758. Recently, it hasn't gone down very much at all. So, yeah. Anyway, in the real aircraft, right? You can get all your AGGH and all your METART. You can read it through here, but you can also print it out. And most pilots just opt to print it out and just kind of create that paper trail. Right, for the most part, they'll clip it right there or wherever. Right. And so one idea that I have thought about is buying a little receipt printer, because that's what they have in this aircraft. Right, just a little receipt printer. Right, it gives you everything you need. Anyway, that we're gonna test it out today, but with a full-scale printer. Find out if it's actually gonna be worth my $90 or so that it's gonna cost to get that receipt printer. And the printer I have is an an Epson ET2760. So, trying to make this a bit realistic here. Actually, I was looking at creating a full-scale WinWing Airbus cockpit, Airbus flight deck. Decided not to do that because I love my triple, and I'd have to give up the triple. So not with WinWing in the market, not entirely a bad option. Alright, this needs a little power. And this data cable. I don't have that much paper left, but that's fine. Alright. Now you can begin to see it a little. Right here. Let's begin to actually go ahead and take a look at it. First things first, what we need to do is tell the aircraft to print this information out. It'll be in settings, printer. I think it's that one. Let me open up my settings. Let me open up the settings for Windows and let me just actually verify which one it is. Sorry. Bluetooth and devices, printers. All right. We'll see if that there works. All right. ATC COM. Return to that ASC menu. Where is it? ATIS. Rival. Airport. Actually, no. We are going. What airport are we going to again? I don't know. I don't know what airport we're going to again. November Foxtrot November. NFFN. Alright. Send request. That's arrival, maybe, is it? We'll see. We'll take a look at this. Receive messages. ATIS. No ATIS available. And of course, it prints it out right away. It's printing it out right away. No questions asked. And that's going to get annoying then. Menu. ATSU then. AOC menu. Okay, weather request. METAR, yes. And actually, if we can get the TAF. November, Fox, November. Send. Alright. Gonna accept that. Alright. Noted all that. Return. There we go. Couldn't print document. Interesting. Couldn't print document. Interesting. Error. And this is printing now. That's this thing is being really slow than usual. But yeah, no, if this thing works, I might buy a little receipt printer and just stick it right here or something. And be able to get all that. Receive messages. Weather data. Alright, METAR. The wind 300 degrees, 13 knots. QNH 1010, no sig. Scattered at 3000. This thing's being slow. Now it's printing. There we go. Now it's printing something else. Alright. There we go. It did print. Holy. I just need to make sure to put these all in different ways, so I don't waste paper. Or to actually get some other kind of paper, some kind of much smaller paper. Alright, let me go ahead and show you this. Another one, yoke. Alright, it actually gave it to me. Right, it actually gave it to me. I don't know how well you can see that. If only this thing could learn to focus. Come on, focus, you stupid thing. Focus! Settings. Configure video. -5 is good. Apply. Let's see here. Does that work a little better? A little. Anyway, the METAR it gave us for November Foxtrot November time 2 o'clock Zulu. So as of about half an hour ago. The wind is 300 degrees, 13 knots. Visibility 9099. Clouds view at Flight level 26, scattered at 3,000. QNH 1010, temperature 29er, dew point 22, no sig. So, I'm actually happy that this thing works. Well, in that case, I might actually buy. I get paid this week. I might actually buy that little receipt printer. Might actually buy a little receipt printer, and take it like right here or something. I don't know. I have a few things I gotta take care of first. But I did miss the Fenix though. It's been ages since we last flew the Fenix in a proper way. I mean, just take a look at the glare over there. I mean, don't get that in any other aircraft. And they've done it in a way that makes it look realistic, but that doesn't make it. That doesn't make it. What's the word? That doesn't affect its functionality. So, really impressed with them. All right, what is our updated ETA for this airport? 4:34 Zulu. So about 2 hours. Not bad at all. Not bad. This is on live weather, right? Yeah, what I thought. Where's the time? That's not it. Actually, yeah, it is. It is. I'm losing my marbles. That's what's happening. I'm losing my absolute mind. Time UTC is 2:38. Which means we got about another 2 hours left. Alright, where's something that I need to get rid of? In 1 second. Need to finish getting this tea. A little bit of milk, a little bit of sugar. Makes you some of the best tea in the world. All right. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful wing view. In a few moments, we'll go ahead and open up Minecraft. Alright, anything interesting here on the iPad that I have to pay attention to? Why is Discord not opening up? Apple, can you please add a close all button? There you go. Now Discord's working. Now Discord's working. VATSIM Edge. Speedbird 23 Papa. Type A321. Going to Naughty International. Private name Ryan Venon. Kilo Bravo Whiskey India. Transponder 2000. Altitude level 360. Ground speed 465 knots. Heading heading of 1 degree. That's what it's saying. How much do I agree with that, to be honest? Okay, yeah, I do kind of agree with that. Active frequency 122.800. ETA in an hour and 48 minutes. This thing's nice. Great job, Seb, on VATSIM Edge. Now, if only you could, like... Well, theoretically, there is a way to do it, actually. Share. Add to home screen. There we go. Add to home screen. And I sincerely apologize that you can't see this, but for some reason, OBS does not like to have more than 2 cameras. And my capture device that I have for the iPad is considered a camera as far as OBS is concerned. So I really don't know what to do about it. Anyway, for right now, we can just sit here and enjoy the views. Because the Fenix is incredible. I might have really refound my love with the Fenix. This is our longest leg of the day, but we're going to try to knock out 4 to 5 legs tonight. How many hours do I have on VATSIM? Actually, good question now. It's around, I want to say it's around 720, I think. Let's find out. VATSIM Radar will tell us. Actually, no, there's an easier way. Where is it? Welcome aboard, retired BC 503. There you go. Log in. My stats. 525 hours on VATSIM. $525 hours. With our call sign being the most amount of those hours, accounting for literally about 1/3 of them. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, which is a flight from Baltimore to Heathrow. And Speedbird 228, not far behind it, at 159 hours. So. Yeah. Speedbird 90112. And we've only flown the British Airways airline, and today is absolutely no exception. So, yeah, new to about a year ago. We've been on VATSIM. Started flying on VATSIM around the same time that we started the channel, actually. Which we're approaching a year for the channel, actually. Damn, it's hard to believe that I've had a Flight Sim 24 has been around for a year. Because that right there is kind of what completely opened the channel. In fact, I think my first ever stream on YouTube was... Holy! 6,759 hours. Nice! Nice. Nice. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually. 725 hours on VATSIM is nothing to be upset about. So, then again, it's nothing compared to yours of 6,759 hours. Holy. If only they could start measuring those in years. In measuring the amount of time you spend on VATSIM in years. Or months. But yeah. Yeah, no, actually, I don't know if you see that behind me. We unboxed that on our first ever stream, I think. On right, there's the unboxing of the Aviator edition of Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, which I paid ahead of time for, and boy oh boy was that worth it. So, got a nice fancy bag, got a model of the legendary AN-225 behind me that's kind of hard to see. Yeah, no, that's what kind of kicked off the whole channel. Then we went back to 2020 for 9 months. Until recently, where we have decided to... we are fully on 2024 now. Though, with that said though, I put out a poll last night asking if we should temporarily switch back to 2020 so we can begin to fly the 737 again. And so far, out of the 2 people who voted, it is a yes. So we might briefly switch back to 2020. I don't know, I'm trying to... Hopefully PMDG releases some kind of update this week. 2017. Nice. Damn, we've been at this now 8 years. My goodness. Shit. 2017 was 8 years ago. Holy fuck. 2017 was your first year. Nice. Yeah, my first year was 2024. Late 2024. I might add. Yeah. Near Thanksgiving. Noted. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't put out any kind of update. I mean, they've been awfully silent recently about everything. They've been awfully silent about everything. Black Friday. Yeah, unfortunately I have to work on Black Friday. I've been told that everyone is working on Black Friday, whether they like it or not. And if they don't show up, then it's a write-up. And then they become a candidate for getting fired. So. Oh my god, that's annoying. Anyway, we are off to someplace. We're off to Naughty. Actually, I should get Volanta back up. Let me go ahead and get Volanta up real quickly. And then we'll get the bar on the bottom of the screen. Let's see here. Plan a flight. Add a flight plan. Usually when you're close. OC3 had an update yesterday. No. Good. I haven't updated the PMDG stuff yet. Sorry, hang on 1 second. Let me just refresh this. There we go. There we go. And of course, we're flying Speedbird 23 Papa because that makes sense. Flying in British Airways A321. Again, I'm too chicken to use any other call sign. So, yeah, it'll be good if we can get the 737 back in. It's been ages since I last flew the thing. It's been since March. FS. Good. Yeah, it's been since March since we last flew that thing. Actually, since my initial review on it was the last thing I spawned. Was the last time I spawned in it. Yeah, I haven't heard great things about the iFly ones. I've heard that iFly is. I've heard that the iFly isn't bad, but I've also heard that the PMDG is just so much better. Oh, speaking of this, I have a theory on why they're being so quiet. I actually have a theory now. PMDG kind of hinted at them releasing a 737 MAX here soon, and then Boeing literally just last week went out and said that they're now using Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 for training. Is it best product? Yeah, I bet. Good. Yep. I don't. It's been ages since we last flew a 737 here on the channel. So I'm kind of begging to fly one. That said, though, the question is it worth reinstalling 2020 and having to go through all that mess for potentially only a week, where with an aircraft we might only use once or twice? And the answer is I don't know. With that said, though, I have been begging to fly something else outside of Airbus and Boeing 777s. So I don't know. Once you there's iFly's gone in 2020. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. That's what I'm thinking. Starting to have freeze on flare. I've gotten that recently. I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten that recently. I hope it gets addressed in SU4, which should be coming out here soon as well. Yeah, actually, we have a month of updates here soon, or we have a whole month of updates. Freeze in 2020. Oh, no, I've experienced freeze ups in 2024 recently. Good. Yeah, I don't really use betas. That's my thing. My thing with beta is there's a significant chance that the developers might change something so significant enough to break a bunch of stuff, right? And that's kind of what a beta is for, when you think about it. And so, just for that reason, it's like I don't use betas. I'd much rather have something stable, have a stable release out. That's the way I do have developer mode on. Let's see it. Let me move this guy over just temporarily. What kind of frames are we getting? 41, 42. Main thread limited on a 4060 and a and some beefy processor. Not doing too badly, actually. Yeah, I've been told by basically everyone, though, that SU4 performance gets you right back up there with 2020. Gets you right back up there with 2020. So either way, it's gonna get interesting. Third party. I also beta. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm in I'm right now. SU3 has been fine for me. SU3 has been perfectly fine for me for a bit. Yeah. Though I am looking forward to the frames no longer plummeting. After about 5 hours in the sim. I'm looking forward to that not happening. And it does happen. I've noticed it less recently, but it does still happen. But you know, Microsoft has really turned. Sorry, Microsoft or Sobo, probably both of them. They've really turned around FS 2020. Sorry, FS 2024. They've done a great job at doing it. And so it's like really we're over the bad parts now. We really are over the bad parts, and it's really nice that we are. Of course, I'm saying stuff that I said 3 months ago, but or sorry, 2 months ago, back when I first reinstalled 2020. But I mean, we've been in 2024 now, and I have not had as many issues as I've had at all. At least in SU3. So. The biggest issues that I'm noticing aren't issues that, well, I guess they are issues that Microsoft and Sobo could fix, but they're not going to. It's glide slope deviation, or it's the glide slope not being aligned correctly with the PAPIs, especially in third-party airports. Heathrow's a pretty bad one. There's a bunch of them that are pretty bad. Baltimore's pretty bad. Actually, scratch that. Basically, every airport is pretty damn awful on that front. I've not yet seen an airport. Nice. Just finished. Nice. Yep. The 772 is actually one of my favorite aircrafts. In fact, as far as I can tell, for everyone on AirNott, I might be the only operator of the 772. Speaking of 777s, tomorrow I get a WinWing thing. I get this thing from WinWing. I get the FMC for the 777 tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to streaming that tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. The question is, where do I put it? That is the only question I have, and I'll figure it out. Yeah. No tariffs somehow. Tariff-free WinWing. Actually, I've been spending loads of money on the whole setup recently. Built a whole new desk. Last week. In case you can't tell, and it's nice. It's nice. Built a whole new desk out of 2x4s and stair treads, and part of the reason why I did that was so that way I could have more space for stuff. And I can tell you right now that the temptation just to build a whole full-scale Airbus flight deck from WinWing, it's intense, but then I'd lose my favorite aircraft, so. Or sorry, my favorite long-haul aircraft. I think they're going to do 2028. I don't think they're going to. I don't see them doing 2026/2027. I think they'll do 2028. But I'd rather them do it better this time. I'd rather them not do it the way that they just did. The way they did with 2024. Because we're now a year in, and it's only just now actually in a good position. You know, it's only just now in a good position. All right, current time is 10:01. What is our ETA for Fiji? And I'm expecting to get completely bashed by Newsky here soon. 4:35. Not bad at all. So yeah. Anyway, tomorrow night we're gonna be flying the 777. We'll actually do that positioning flight most likely. That I keep meaning to do. Basically, actually, I'll show you why we have to do a positioning flight. Let's see here. It is in Newsky. The very reason we have to do it. The AirNott virtual airline has an issue. I'm the only operator of the 772. Okay, at least as far as I can tell. Where's our operations? There it is. What's the issue? Here at San Francisco, we still have a 772. We still have a 777-200 at San Francisco. Or did Grumpy really do that? Uh-oh. We have to get it over to Heathrow then. Unless, of course, you would like to help me out with that. We have to get it back over to Heathrow. He destroyed the route to Baltimore. Uh-oh. That's fine. We'll get it back over to either Heathrow or Gatwick. It's both. And we'll time excel our way through it because I don't really want to do it. That's what I did ask him to make the Baltimore route an everyday route, just to give me a bit more flexibility. And we are talking about it because we're very, very close to profitability now, and that decision right there might tip the scales. That said, though, I did tell them that I would probably make more money from the VA now, or VA, because I'd be able to do the scheduled flights more often. So, Wait, no. Oh. 282 days. Oh my word. Oh my word. What's the math on how many days I've spent on VATSIM? Probably a good month this year, so I don't know. Let's see here. 725 hours and counting over 24. Yeah. Oh, holy shit. This year, I've spent 30 days on VATSIM. Holy shit. Holy shit. I've spent 30 days on VATSIM. That's an entire month. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh dear. This thing has really destroyed my life, hasn't it? Holy. How did I manage that? Oh, come on now. You gotta be nicer than that. How have I spent a whole month out of this whole year on VATSIM? How on earth have I managed that? Oh wait, I know. By dropping out of school. That's how. Dropping out of school, working on a program that is not going to provide me any value in the future. Alright, debug. We can go ahead and put this away now. Gotta love the Fenix. Gotta love the Fenix. Actually, it's been ages since we last flew the Fenix, to be honest. Uh-oh. Let's see here. 725 hours over 40. Oh dear. You're right. Missing out. That's... So if I make minimum wage, that's $15 an hour here. here in Maryland. Times 40. Holy shit. I'm missing out on a whole $10,800. And how have I forgotten the landing lights again? Yeah. Yikes. The price of good, solid entertainment. The price of a hobby. Some hobbies go out of hand. Arguably, this has happened to me. Actually, people have told me that it's happened to me. People are always like, "Get out of that fucking sim." It's like, no, it's fun. Maybe if you were to buy your own sim, buy your own sim, you'll experience the joy of it. Them non-av geeks, them non-aviator idiots, or scumbags, or whatever is a good word for that. That said, though, I have spent way too much money on this sim. I have spent way too much money, and I'm spending more. The price of a good hobby, though. We are headed to Fiji, and that's it, though. I do just want to say thank you to Grumpy for the rounds that we're doing. I would have never gone to Fiji. I would never be over in this part of the world right now if it wasn't for Grumpy. I'd be flying UK short hauls. That's what I'd most likely be doing. Between Litzpeg, Nuremberg. Oh dear, Call of Duty. I never got into Call of Duty. I've never been able to get into Call of Duty. I've tried a few times, but I've never been able to do it. So, and I don't know how I've been able to manage that. I've gotten into Minecraft, not Call of Duty. I just say it that we actually have to land at this airport. Yeah, we cannot divert today. I've never been able to get to Call of Duty. I've never gotten into that. Yeah. And before I got into VATSIM, it was school basically full time. So, and then it was school full time while I got into VATSIM, and up until recently. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I did a little Minecraft during cruise on long flights, but no, it's basically flight sim for me as well. That's it though. I am curious about maybe trying out other sims. Well, that's it though. Microsoft Flight Sim, it's pretty damn good at this point. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Alright, how long until our top descent? Top descent 410. Okay, can we maybe... actually, we are going to try controlling. We are actually going to try controlling. Actually, I'll pull this up for you right now. My waitlist position on VAT UK. Position 758. I am very much looking into doing some form of controlling. I'm very much looking into that. Probably we'll start off at Eddie. We'll start off at Edinburgh, maybe move our way down to Stansted. I think we're going to start out at Edinburgh. Yeah, Tower would be nice. tower, or maybe even approach. Actually, give people radar vectors. That said, though, definitely not center. Don't want to do center. But approach would be nice. Yeah. At the very least, I want to get to tower. From my understanding, tower basically just is a ground plus up to like a mile, or up to like 10 miles around the airport. Young people go around, or clear to land, or clear for takeoff. So, you know, I'd love to control one these days, but it's going to be a while. Based on a 758. Yeah, the reason that I didn't do the U.S. is because I actually don't have any love for the U.S. anymore. I live here in the U.S. I live just outside of Baltimore, and I have basically no love for the place anymore. I mean, it's like, I have it. I have a full citizenship for the UK. It's like, thanks to my dad. It's like, why would I want to stay another minute here in the US? And I'm desperately trying to save to get out of the US. So, actually, I was at the doctor's a few weeks ago, and this is really funny. I was at the doctor's a few weeks, or no, it wasn't a few weeks ago. It was a few months ago now. And somehow they recognized an accent, a proper British accent. They asked me, was I from London? And I said, like, no, my dad is, but still, it's like they could recognize an accent, and I've only been there a few times. I've only been over to the UK a few times now. It's like, how on earth can you guys recognize an accent for me? Surely I'm not flying that much with VAT UK and everyone. It's like, no, it's like they could recognize a true British accent, and I can't blame them. It's like, I freaking love fish and chips, freaking love proper British tea, but it's like, still. Zulu Kilo Charlie for me. You'll have to tell me what that is. Or is that one of the vax? This microphone's gonna get annoying. Hang on 1 second. I have another mount for this somewhere. Alright. Kansas City. Alright. I'm gonna warn you now, the audio is gonna go a little funk. Oh, come on. The audio is gonna go a little funk. Can I warn you now? This mount's getting annoying. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and put this I'm gonna go ahead and put this headset on just so we can continue to talk. So I'm gonna have to unplug this. Okay. So apologies if the audio is gonna get quite bad in a moment. Here, let's see here. Add audio input capture. Second mic. So what is this thing? Let's see here. That headset. There we go. How's that? I have to unplug this microphone real quickly and figure out this mount. This mount's been getting on my nerves recently as well, so It keeps wanting to drift off to one side, and it's like... Always have prehension flying into China airspace. Meters. Yep. Completely agree. Meters, QNH, all better. All better. Alright. Once again, apologies about this. Let's see here. There we go. That'll work. Different mount. One that should hopefully be much more stable. Holy. When we are saying that Russia is better, actually we're on the around the world tour, which is what we're doing right now for AirNott. We're actually gonna be making a pit stop in Russia. Alright, let's see if that works better. Alright. There we go. There we go. New mount successfully installed. Hopefully this works a little bit better. It doesn't have this fancy old mount, which quite literally had to hot glue the little screw into. Literally had to hot glue it because it was stripped and not doing work very well. So, anyway, we'll hope that's better. Second mic, delete second mic. There we go. There we go. We should be back to normal now. Yeah, not one of these fancy mics or fancy holders. It's just a normal plastic holder without like the weirdness of this guy. But should hopefully hold the microphone a little bit better. And you know what? This guy gets to go in the garbage later. I do need to adjust that screw. Where's a screwdriver? Do I have one over here? Good. Where's the screwdriver at? Here it is. Here it is. Alright, you'll have to let me know if this is any better in terms of the audio quality. There we go. That works a little bit. That works a little bit better. Hopefully there's no significant difference in terms of the audio quality. Alright. Let's take a look here. Estimating Fiji at time 4:34 Zulu. The current time is 3:20 Zulu. So we got about another 70 minutes or so. And someone sent me messages. So what the hell, idiot? Idiot wants to get me to cancel my plan so I can cover a shift tomorrow. It's like, absolutely not. My plans tonight are to be at this until like 5 a.m. Alright, there we go. He is now off my arse. Alright. What's the update with the government shutdown now? Because the government might actually be reopening here soon. The Senate began voting on Sunday to advance legislation to reopen the government after negotiators said a block of Democratic senators had given their assent. Emerging from a closed-door meeting on Sunday evening, they had secured the votes on their side for a compromise spending package that would fund most federal agencies through January, potentially ending weeks of gridlock that has left the government shuttered for 40 days. Looks like this government shutdown is over. Sorry. Looks like the government shutdown is essentially over. Or at the very least, getting close to the end. And people are pissed off at Shimmer now. Or at least Twitter is. Okay. Fetterman's on all MAGA, and blah, 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 blah. Oh dear. Yeah, people are pissed off at Schumer right now, and I don't understand why. It's like the government's going to reopen. Wow. Wow. Got a deal he didn't support. Wow. Oh. Okay. How is here enjoy a 50-year mortgage different from you'll own nothing and you'll like it? Holy. How many liberals are... I will say that doesn't look like the end of this shutdown yet. Remember, we've been... Oh dear, what's happening here? We've been working to negotiate a deal with Disney that pays them fairly for their content and returns Okay, we know it's in disappointing. Okay. Oh dear. $20 credit. Wow, they are. People are really pissed off at Schumer right now. All right. Let's see. What does the outside of this aircraft look like right now? Not bad at all. We do need some new screenshots, so we can go ahead and get those now. It's been ages since we last flew this aircraft. Okay, the thing about this aircraft doesn't look right, and I don't know what it is, but it just does not look right for some reason. Let's see here. What? This is weird. Confusing. Bugs on a window. Looks like we have some dirt on the window there. I'm bored. I'm really bored. You have to begin our descent briefing in probably about 10-15 minutes. I'm really, really bored. Yeah, here's the thing I'm curious about. Here, add image. I'm gonna try something here in a moment, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fill up the kettle so we can continue to drink Yorkshire tea. Proper British kettle. And boy oh boy have I gotten loads upon loads of use out of that thing. Boy, oh boy, have I gotten loads upon loads of use out of that British kettle. That right there is pretty good in my opinion. Right there's a nice stunning view. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. He was come to say hello. Night. You just don't need to hold it. Or you just want it in your vicinity, in case you do want it, I guess. We'll begin our descent briefing here in about... Well, yeah. In a few moments, we'll begin it. Okay, now you want to go after it.
I still want you to touch the belly.
Okay, what happened? We just got an update on the government shutdown. Alright. Why does that look so real, so goddamn realistic? I mean, that right there, that really does. That looks gorgeous. That right there looks gorgeous. And this guy's really going after his bone. And of course, he's leading the middle. I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. Oh dear. Oh dear. Don't really want to interrupt this guy from like going after his bone, but we might have to here soon. Yeah, we might have to. He's too lazy to hold on himself. That's fine though. Yet he's strong enough to hold my hand right where he wants it. Damn, bud. Okay there, bud. Tonight we are actually gonna get some landings worthy of Tonight we're actually gonna get some landings worthy of something. I need to remember, it's okay to flare. It's okay to overflare. We'll begin our descent briefing in about 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes or so. gonna take that back over to the bed. Alright, there we go. Somebody's a happy boy. Some dog's a happy boy. Give me 1 second. Let me just go take care of something. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's take a look here. Okay, let's go ahead and get updated weather. Alright, let's go ahead and get our updated weather now. Hang on. Quest, hang on. DSU, AOC menu, ATIS. My bad, no ATIS. Weather request. METAR. Alright. November, Fox, November. Yes on the TAF. As well. Alright. Send. Receive messages. Weather. Could we please print this? Is there a way to print? Where is the print button? There should be a print button somewhere. Where is it? No, not push over. This guy, please. Okay, let's try this again. Fortunately, we have a few minutes. Data link. AOC menu. Whiskey X-ray. Weather request. November, Fox, November. Request that. Yes, send. There we go. Now it's printing. And of course, that to print on top of it. Hang on 1 second then. I'll have to do that one more time then. I have to do that one more time. Send that. It'll go ahead and give it to me in this little printer. ACARS begin. METAR for November Airport November Foxtrot November. The wind is 310 degrees 1 knots. 999. Going to 1010. Temperature 29er. No sig. And then TAF. Alright, and then in terms of the TAF reading, sorry, scattered at 2.6. Can you, okay, that's looking good. So now, tell you what, we have that now. Let me go ahead and take a look at these charts on. Damn, I really wish y'all could see this easily. Or my bookmarks. Alright, let's see here. I think it's getting some EFB. Is that gonna do it? Or did I change it up recently? I might have. And 1 second, we'll go ahead and begin this descent briefing. Let's see here. Three to 5. Add to add to homepage. All right, here we go. All right, give y'all this charts. Airport charts, airport facility chart. Airport ground chart. Okay. Alright, let me go ahead and let's go ahead and take a look here. Charts. From SimBrief. Airport charts. Shown in simulator only. What? What? That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay. In that case, let me just open up Novcraft and give you all these charts while I take a look here at my charts. Novcraft. Alright, let's take a look here. Yeah. Runway 20, so in that case we'll want... Okay, we can take runway 27 instead. And then arrivals... Change the runway to 27. Alright. No arrival for 27. What does this airport look like? I have no clue. It looks tiny. It looks tiny. Is there a bigger one over there? No. It's over naughty. Alright, well, this looks tiny. This looks like one tiny arse airport. Are there any other airports here? Supposedly this is Fiji right here. I don't think so. Alright. In that case, 10,000 foot and a 7,000 foot runway. We could go for runway 02. That's an okay, just out of curiosity, because we landed at Bristol just fine. What is Bristol's runway like? Because if that's only 7,000 foot runway, then we'll go automatic max and we'll try to land it on that. The winds are looking much better for a runway 20 arrival. Sorry, for a 27 arrival. Bristol's is shorter. Bristol's runway is actually shorter. So, in that case, we will have no issue arriving in, taking the, someone just sent me a message. Okay. Isn't it? Voted 60 to 40 to advance consideration of the spending measure. Okay. Okay, the government might be reopening. Anyway, we're gonna take an arrival into 27, I think is fair. And then in terms of the approach, it'd be an RNAV. Hang on, is it really on? Hang on. For 27, RNAV runway. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Uh-oh. Rival via runway 27. Uh-oh. Runway 02. Okay, in that case, what does this airport actually look like in real life? What does this airport actually look like in real life? Because I'm curious then. Should have begun this a little earlier. Fiji. Naughty. That looks completely doable. That looks completely doable to me. It'll be a visual. It'll be a visual approach. In that case, just gotta be on the lookout for all that, but it'll be a visual approach runway 02. Alright, well, we get to do a visual. Actually, let me just look on my iPad here. Let me see about anything else. 27 approaches. I mean, we could do 02. I mean, it's a significant crosswind. Approaches. That gives us an RNAV available. That gets on the longer runway as well. Not thrilled about that. Am I now? Not super thrilled about that. I mean, we can actually take 2-7 though, as long as we're very strict on our go rounds. Might be a bit of a firm landing, but we can actually take 2-7. With that said though, there's no official arrival procedure into 2-7. We definitely don't want to take 2-0. 2-7 would actually be the best. But the thing is, once again, it's like there's what are we estimating in terms of our fuel when we get there? About descent in about now. Yeah, we'll take this then. Enters at 4,200 at altitude 4,700 feet. Gonna begin that descent now. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it for 2-0. We'll take the RNAV 2-0. You just open up that sim radar. Finzi. Traffic Speedbird 23 Papa beginning descent now down to flight level 140. We'll be arriving into Nadia via an RNAV runway 02. Naughty traffic. And to be crystal clear, Speedbird 23 Papa will not be using a star arrival radar vectors for the RNAV, descending now from flight level 360 traffic. Alright, let's see here. Arrival, RNAV runway 02. Not great now. No star. Insert that. Finzi, we need to be at altitude 2,000 something feet. So what we'll do is that's all in case to go around. What we will do is after this, next waypoint will be Finzi, which is Foxtrot, November, Sierra Mike. Inset. Oh shit, no. Via Finzi. Turn. Okay, hang on. Second flight plan. Second flight plan. Nope. Okay, flight plan. Here's what we'll do. Arrivals. Arrival RNAV 02, no star. Alright, and then Finzi. That is Foxtrot, India. Sorry, Foxtrot, November. November, Sierra, India. There we go. Down, and we need to go down now to altitude 4,700 feet. Level by the RNAV. Alright, and then in terms of performance data, in terms of our destination data, the wind is here. The wind is 310 degrees, 1 knots. 310 degrees at 11. Temperature is 29er. Temperature 29er QNH is 1010. And then in terms of the baro, 510 on the baro. And then because we are taking the 10,000 foot runway, yeah, we're taking the 10,000 foot runway. Actually, we can go auto brake low then. We can set an auto brake of low. There we go. Descent data in. Descent data is, or the descent data is inputted. Alright, let's see here. We have a company message apparently. Receive messages. Oh. Yeah, yomps. No, delete required. Alright, and then in terms of how much fuel we're estimating, 4.7 on fuel, so fine. What does that put our course weight at? 70, 30. What is our maximum landing weight? That's on kilos. You're in the A321. In the IAE. Alright, the lowest is 735. We are well below our maximum landing weight. Though, only just barely. But that's we're not in a triple today. We're in something a lot more superior. We're in something a lot... we're in something that has been made a lot more in the world. Let me go ahead and finish my tea ready. Is that it in terms of this massive jug of milk? No, not yet. One more cup of tea for that massive jug of milk. One spoonful of sugar. And alright. We have begun our descent into Naughty. We can tune the range down a little. We'll be arriving in a bit of a crosswind condition, so hopefully we don't muck it up. That said, though, Newsky should know it's a challenging condition. I am curious on what they're going to say about our takeoff. I'm curious about what Newsky's going to say about the takeoff. Anyway, the next few legs are a little shorter. So we'll continue to fly this thing. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa. Further descent now, altitude 4,700 feet. To be leveled by Finzi, and that is on the final approach for runway 02. Naughty traffic. Now, if we wanted to, we could theoretically do 27. If we're unable to land 02, then we'll absolutely do 27. The issue is that 27 is a visual approach only. And I kind of am not great with visual approaches. So. Alright, and then, what's our approach here? But at Finzi. Actually, Finzi is on the final approach. It's only actually on the 10-mile final mark. So at Finzi, I went speed I'll call it 160 at Finzi. We'll call it 180 at Finzi. Alright. This is an RNAV approach today. And then what is our transition altitude? We'll just say transition flight level 130 or 11,000. Alright, noted. So we'll transition over here in a moment. Over to QNH of 1010. So essentially neutral. Now that right there is way beautiful. Right there is also gorgeous. Gorgeous view right there. Now down to altitude 3,500 feet. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, descending now down to altitude 3,500 feet. Passing flight level 145 now. Naughty traffic. We got, roughly speaking, about 60 miles to touchdown. That equates to about 15 minutes or so. Alright, and I'll be right back one final time. Alright, there we go. So here's a question. So Fiji has its own airline. What is Fiji's main airport then? What is Fiji's main airport then? It is actually Naughty International. Interesting. QNH now 1010. Alright, actually, I'm sure thing out on the AirNott Discord. Quickly. Okay. So see, Linus will probably get back to me quickly. And ODO, we are way over speed. Fiji traffic speed bird 23 Papa now, slowing speed 220 knots. Fiji traffic. And Fiji traffic speedbird 23 Papa is about we'll call it 25 miles from turning final for the RNAV runway 02 Fiji traffic. Sorry, naughty traffic for speedbird 23 Papa. Oh. What's happened there? Lost connection from the voice server. Lost connection from the voice server. Oh. There we go. There we go. Here, this is a good screenshot opportunity right here. That's a good screenshot opportunity right there. Oh, it's a speed brake issue. There we go. That makes sense. Alright. About 20 miles from turning final. No one has gotten back to me. Good job, cabin. Let's go ahead and give y'all this now. Can go ahead and do flaps 1 now. Enjoy the slats. There goes the voice server again. Naughty traffic speedbird 23 Papa is about 15 miles from turning final. Slowing speed now 200 knots. Further in a moment, so descending altitude 3,500 feet. Level by Finzi. Naughty traffic. Alright. Naughty traffic speedbird 23 Papa. Slowing speed now 160 knots till 4 mile final on the RNAV for runway 02. Naughty traffic. I think we are the only ones going to naughty. It appears that way anyway. Flaps to 2 now. There's a good chance to do them. Oh, that right there's a gorgeous view. Gotta get a screenshot of that. Sorry, you just gotta. Not much of an option there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No. Gorgeous view. Alright, let's get all the way down to speed 160 knots now. Go flaps 3. Alright, and because we're going to need the rudder, we are essentially on the RNAV now. Because we're going to need the rudder, we'll begin to add it before we turn final. Once we turn final, we will do everything else. Alright, those on, return off lights on, nice. Seatbelts on. Alright, everything's looking solid now. Everything is looking solid now. Another good screenshot opportunity. Another good screenshot opportunity right there. This might be the most beautiful place I've ever flown into in the sim. Not gonna lie, this might be the most beautiful place I've ever flown into in the sim. Alright. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 2-3 Papa, turning final now. About 10-mile final. RNAV runway 02. Naughty traffic. Gear down. Flaps full. And we'll maintain. Alright. Approach mode on. We got to set approach mode. For now, I'll just continue to nosedive a little. Naughty traffic, Speedbird at 2-3 Papa. Now 7.5 mile final. RNAV runway 02. Naughty traffic. Go back our speed down to 145 knots now. Speed brake up.
2,500.
Noted. Still feeling way too high, to be honest. Alright. This is gonna turn into a visual anyway. Alright. Not feeling great now, is it? Yeah, and there goes the voice server again. Oh dear, what is happening? We're flying by hand now. Noted. Okay, now we're looking better. Final call, naughty traffic, Speedbird, 23 Papa, short final now, RNAV, runway 02. Final call, naughty traffic.
Approaching. 02.
Feeling a little on the low side. Oh, much better control now.
100 above.
Continue approach.
500. Minimum.
Continue. Though this is almost a go around. Oh dear. Bit of a bounce. Oh dear. That was that little bounce there. Alright, and these guys surely ought to bash us for that. These guys are surely not going to be happy with that. Though to be honest, it wasn't that. Considering that horrendous crosswind, I wasn't too ashamed of that. Anyway, welcome to Naughty. Though that was definitely some press on Itis at the end there. Right, get there, Itis. Two very different things. Alright. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa's now vacated runway 02. Naughty traffic. Anyway, we've arrived. Flaps away. And it's off. Taxi. It's taxi. There we go. APU. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Let's take a look at where we're going. We are going. Let's go. Let's taxi straight ahead. Stand 7. Let's taxi straight ahead. Stand 7. Ground spoilers away. Yeah, that approach was a bit of a messy approach, not gonna lie. Wouldn't be surprised to see Newsky bash us for that. But with that said, though, that touchdown, it could have been better. Bit of a bounce. Yeah, this gate here is meant for bigger aircrafts. Right, parking brakes suddenly just to verify. Yeah, we're well within We are well within the limits on that gate. Somehow this is considered their biggest, Fiji's biggest international airport. Anyway, engine number 2 off, engine number 1 off. Beacon off. Close flight. 8.93. It wasn't that bad. Off center line. It wasn't that bad. I beg your pardon? What's going on? Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It was not that off center line at all. 314 feet per minute though. That could have been better. With that said though, considering the crosswind conditions, dismiss. Alright. Let's make our way over to our next destination. And his lights off. Alright. Let's see here. Ground power available. Go and keep the APU on for right now. In the meantime, we can turn off the fuel pumps. We're going to aim for an extremely fast turnaround time here. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's get to our next destination. Which is Brarfield in D321. A321IAE. There we go. Departure time for I-5 TC. Yeah, that's absolutely appropriate. Alright, cargo, passengers. That's fine. Book flight. November Victor Victor Victor. New flight. Speedbird 23 Papa, departing from November Foxtrot November to November Victor Victor Victor. Right, and then A321. Go. You're making our way to Vanuatu, the North Caledonia. Damn, that's gonna suck. Our time, 1 hour and 26 minutes. 1 hour and 28 minutes. Pre-file this over on VATSIM. This flight here looks much better. Alright, now that we got that pre-filed. Let's see here. Import next flight. Mass and balance. Set all. Load aircraft. Load aircraft instant. Alright, that gives us this. Alright. Perfect. Perfect. We have our preliminary load sheet. (7780) for landing weight. Alright. Init. Request init. No. Actually, hang on. I just want to take a look here. Sim settings, GSX. There we go. Deboarding completed. Noted. Alright. Speedbird 2-3 Papa. Does this give us my cost index? It does not. What does SimBrief say our cost index is? 8. With an altitude of 340 this time. Alright. Flight plan this has us on. (20). Departure runway 20. Direct to Bigot. No SID. Alright. Direct to Bigot. Yeah, this is going to be basically taxi 3 kilometers. It's going to be one fast taxi. It's going to be one fast taxi. Now, ain't it? Alright. And then, in terms of our performance, departure performance, sync that, calculate, 152. Damn, I really need to buy an MCDO. 160, 161. Two and up 0.6. Flex to temp 5-1. Alright. Engine out of acceleration at 1540, and then thrust reduce 1040. Alright, noted. In terms of fuel prepare, okay, our zero fuel weight is 70.6. The CG is our G7.3. There we go. GSX, you can go ahead and prepare us for push. Fenix, in terms of doors. Good, so am I. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 2-3 Papa. Stand 7, push and start onto Bravo facing north. Naughty traffic. Okay, beacon on. Tell Newsky before we get fined. Tell Valanta so y'all know where we're going. Here we go. Close one left. Nose left. Tail right. Parking brakes released. Alright, give y'all a yoke cam now. Ignition start. Both engine number 1 and engine number 2 fuel valves.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you, as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of Airbus A321. Thank you.
That might have been one of our most beautiful arrivals into any airport, just to be crystal clear. That was gorgeous, just to say it.
Following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit is due. Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all back. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. From above you, mask towards you to start the oxygen. With the mask over, requesting your confirmation for a good engine start. Hold the mask in place.
Good engine start. I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
I'm curious about something. Alright. Right now we can do a flight controls check. Where's that's going?
Further information regarding the contract disconnected found in the 5% remote. We hope you have a great Listen, clear. Right, clear.
Alright. Solid there. Let me just go ahead and feed this back in. There we go. So I don't waste paper. Alright. Flight controls check time. We have full up. Wrong button. Full up. Full down. full left, full right, speed brakes full. Noted. Just verify the beacons are on. Perfect. Nose lights now to taxi. APU off. APU bleed off. Landing lights on. Because we are about to line up on the runway. Let's take a look here. We can line up via Golf. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 2-3 Papa to taxi via Golf for runway 20 departure. Naughty traffic. Alright. Go and get all that up. Let's get on the move on. Let's get on the move on. Flaps 2, I think. Up 0.6. Flaps to take off. You're a little heavier this time. That's because we're traveling westbound. This flight here should be a relatively short flight. I mean, it'll be a longer flight, but that's fine. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 2-3 Papa, lining up runway 20 at Golf. Naughty traffic. Should get the warning now.
Approaching 20.
Freaking love those callouts. Takeoff config normal. Nice.
On runway 20.
Alright. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 2-3 Papa, taking off runway 20, straight out departure. Initial climb, altitude 1,500 feet. Naughty traffic. Okay. Thrust set. Manflex 5-1, SRS green, auto thrust blue. Airspeed alive. $100 knots. $120. V1 and rotate. Using it every fucking inch of that runway. Positive rate gear up. Rest levers to climb. Insert that. Yeah, that departure could have been better. Naughty traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa is now airborne, passing 2000, climbing now flight level 340. Naughty traffic. Begin to put some flaps away. Nice and gorgeous view right there. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. We're gonna throw this away. Flies are away. Nicely done. Actually, no, it was not nicely done. Level 340. Here we go. And let me just go ahead and refresh Volanta for everyone. Yeah, once again, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Once again, absolutely fucking gorgeous right there. Alright, so somehow we're heavier, but this is a shorter flight. What's our fuel? Hang on. That's not right. That's not right. Let's start zero fuel weight again. Just see. So our zero fuel weight is 70, and then our 26.3. Fuel on board 11.5. Hang on, that doesn't. Something about that doesn't seem right. Okay, let me just double check summary here. We might have to return. We might have to temporarily return here. I hope not. Just use a GSX if we have to. Land in tanks. Yeah, we're fine. Just wait. TG. Yeah, we're 100% fine on fuel. What's it complaining about now? What's it complaining about now? It says we're not gonna make it there. What's it complaining about? Because unless I put it in wrong. Curse weight, 82. We're above our maximum landing weight. It's like, it has the fuel. What is it complaining about? It might just be complaining about us, I mean, yeah, I mean, seriously, what is it complaining about? I don't know. I really don't know what it is. Alright, standard pressure now. Yeah, fuel on board. 11,270. Hang on. Yeah, we're absolutely fine on fuel. I mean, it's going down, but it's 11,250 now, but 11,240. Okay, now I might see why it's complaining now, but it's like. We're gonna be at our maximum landing weight when we get there, so it's like I don't know why it's complaining. I really don't know why it's complaining. I mean, our fuel, unless Simbrief fucked us again, but I don't think Simbrief fucked us. I mean, here it is, I mean, Simbrief. Yeah. For reference on how far out we are already. Yeah. November Victor. So, I mean, this is just saying that's giving a completely unrealistic number right there. Minus 123. So you're saying we need double the amount of fuel? Really? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if someone can help out with the Phoenix a little bit better. But it looks like we have fuel to get there to me. And it's only 500 nautical mile leg, so I don't know. I think I just put it in wrong, to be honest. But yeah, 7.3 are in terms of how much fuel we have planned. Yeah, got 11. Yeah, I mean, we're fine. We're fine as far as I can tell. There we go. Now it's correcting it. 8.1. There we go. 8.1 now. 8.1 on the fuel. There we go. Issue solved. Then, even at our alternate, 5.2. There we go. We're fine. I am curious though. Is there like a little hidden setting in here? Is there like a little hidden setting in here that okay, is there like a realistic control setting here that the borrow? I don't know. If it's on the borrow. It's here. If we were to try this now. Never mind. Okay. Got that fixed. That's so much easier. So, setting under EFIS borrow control. go. That helps me out. Alright. Looking solid now. Looking absolutely solid. One thing we have to change though is our landing weights. Landing weights are off now. Turn those off. There we go. You let the passengers out of their seats. Actually, that has to stay on that has to stay on, but whatever. Alright. Looking gorgeous out of both wings, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, looking gorgeous out of both wings. Yeah, people are pissed. In terms of the current political situation in the U.S., people are pissed off right now. I think this deal might fall through because of the Democrats in the House. I don't know. I think this deal might fall through because of the House. Then again, Republicans do control the House, so, and there are some Democrats who are in support of this deal. So, I think it's. I don't know. I don't know what to think. That said, though, the government does need to reopen. And badly. So, alright, I'll be right back. I need to go take care of something real quickly, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds. I have returned. Alright. Let's see here. This here is a relatively speaking short leg. Yeah. Estimating just over an hour. Just over an hour. Until we, sorry, just, my bad. No, just over an hour before we arrive at destination Whiskey, sorry, November, Victor. What is it? Actually, what's the airport name that we're headed to? What is the airport name? Port Vila. It is Port Vila. We're headed to. Headed towards Port Vila. Alright, now I'm curious about something here. Sorry, I'm gonna quickly do something. Discord. Oh shit. Installing updates. Ah, whatever. Now, let's see here. What was it again? What was the previous leg again? I don't know. We did start Newsky. Yes, we did. Around the world. What was our previous leg? November Zulu Alpha Alpha. Let's see here. Sorry, just throw it in the Discord. I'm just gonna throw this thing in the knowledge base real quickly. New post. Let's see here. Or sorry, small link Fenix okay, altimeters. You're gonna. What? Okay, so it's. Oh my word. Altimeters. Altimeters. Altitude meters. All right, 1 second. Okay. ever got annoyed with having to set the altimeter in the Fenix on both sides, there is a setting for that. And where's that setting again? Let's see here. It is under controls. Fenix altimeters. In the Fenix EFB, there is a setting. In Fenix EFB, controls, EFIS, borrow, set to linked. And now you will never have to set both altimeters. Fuck. This thing really just got jammed. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to get some paper for that, or else we're gonna be a bad day. Alright. Now you'll have to. Now you will never have to set both separate. 200. This may not be about this not being the best idea, please leave a comment. Alright. See, you're still climbing somehow. You're still climbing. We are making some good progress on the Around the World tour. Do 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 do, better bim bum no. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Barnaby, are you okay, bud? You gonna come up here? You gonna come sleep on my lap? Bud, you gonna come sleep on my lap? You gonna come sleep on my lap? Oh, you gonna help me. There you go. It's all peaceful now. Sure. He was all peaceful now. Now I'm waking him up. You good? You gonna sleep on my lap? Yeah. You can sleep on my lap if you'd like. I know you're happy now. I know you're happy. How's it going over there? Is that bone delicious? Oh, is that bone delicious? Did you finish it up entirely? Did you 100% finish it up? You can lay down. You can lay down on my lap. I don't mind. I don't mind if you lay down on my lap. You can lay down on my lap, bud. I love you too. Yeah, you can lay down on my lap. Thank you. What? You want me to stroke your head a bit more? Let me stroke your head a bit more. You want me to add a bit more? I love you too. You okay? Yeah, you got to some rat poison the other day. We had to take you to the emergency vet. And you got a hold of some mouse poison. Speaking of, I should probably check that trap I briefly put out. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep. You can go to sleep. You wanna go to sleep right there? You can go. You can sleep on my lap. If you'd like, you can sleep on my lap, bud. I gotcha. You're fine. You itchy little? It was something in your ear that you were getting annoyed by. Was there something in your ear that you were getting a little annoyed by? Okay, what is this E-tip? This Echo Tango Papa on Airbus. Equal time point. Okay. Equal time point is a geographical location along a flight route where the time would take, where the time it would take to reach a certain airport is the same as time it would take to reach an alternative airport. Yeah, he wants to go back to bed now. Or, no, more accurately, he wants to go fuck his toy. That's fine. I know what you want to do, and I'm not going to stop you, because I think it's your right to, if you want to fuck your toy. I think it is your right, bud. It's completely natural. Some of those things it's like, this is interesting right here. Here's what we can do. We can go sit in first class. Actually, I mean, seriously. Just love everything on the windshield. Hang on. Copy text. Delete. Sorry, I put this in the wrong thing. Let's see here. Sorry, I need to put this back in. There we go. You're approaching our equal time point. We're also approaching the point where we probably want to do some kind of descent briefing here in a moment. We'll get to the equal time point first, though. You know, if we let me take a look here. So I have a scheduled to get all the way to Alpha Golf Hotel. So this like in the lake beyond this. Let's take a look here. But I think, to be honest, we should easily get to this one. Yeah, actually, sorry, if time allows. And then, depending on what time it is, we might get all the way back over to Darwin, though do you think that these would be better 777 legs for tonight in my with the testing out the new FMC? Right, so I think we might wait on some of these for tonight. But with that said, though, I don't know. Burfield. Get off to Honoria. Uh-oh. No, nothing. Nothing yet. Yeah, I think I definitely need a receipt printer if we're gonna continue to fly Airbus. No, 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 no. Yeah, so we're gonna get to yes, this here's gonna be the shortest leg we do tonight. And then we're gonna get all the way to Port Moresby tonight, and then later, and then and then actually tonight we're gonna get all the way to the next one beyond that. Somebody knows like voyage for some reason. Hang on one second. Alright, I think now is a good time to begin our descent briefing. So, first things first. We need to get some weather information MCD menu. That's right. And now he's squeaking his toys. That's fine though. It's a dog, you get to do that. November, Victor. Bottom. Try to get this real quickly. The METAR. The wind is variable, 2 knots. KNH 1008. Nice. And then how big of an airport are we looking at? How big of an airport are we looking at? Let's see here. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna use my iPad here, like I did on Eurocaps. Unload. And I have to go take a piss in a moment. It's fine though. Runway 11 or runway 29er? What does this look like though? Very, very straight runway. Oh shit. This runway is tiny. This is one tiny airport. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Back to this one tiny airport. We can take we can take 1-1 or 2-9er. I'm gonna take 2-9er on this one. Change turn to 2-9er and approaches. It'll be RNAV again. What's it look like in terms of the rest of our flight plan? We'll take RNAV 2-9er. Yeah. Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo. What we'll do. And I just want to verify it that the yeah, 2000, and then the 1000 on everything else. All right, flight plan. Arrival. You're taking the RNAV runway 29er. Via's 29 Echo. 2-9er Echo. 10. Inset. Then Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo from Beatrop. There you go. Top descent is in a few minutes then. Now they do heavily advise that you have DME. Okay, warning, trees on final from Spiritual Rising 160 from 160. Okay. 3-degree glide slope, 3-degree glide slope, descend altitude 2,000 feet. Okay. Real quickly for right now. So I kind of want this. Let's see here. Performance. Next phase. QNH 1008. Temperature 27. wind VBR, variable 2 knots. Format error. Okay, I'm curious. What's the best way to tell this variable 2 knots? That's my question. Okay, just throw zeros as the answer I'm seeing. Let's see here. Alright. We'll just go wind about 2 knots. .000 degrees, 2 knots. Okay. And then on the borrow, we're looking at 1,000 on the borrow. And the transition flight level is 130 is what I'm seeing. Yeah, 130. And then on the approach, 148 on the approach. I can agree with that. Now the question is, are we going to have to hold? Because we can hold. That is the question. 7-9. Okay. The estimate for the gross weight. What's our maximum landing weight? Maximum landing weight is 778. Oh dear. Well, gross weight right now. What's our estimated gross weight? That's what I'll do. We are a little heavy. That's the issue. We're a little on the heavy side. That'll take care of it, though. And notice how it's not exactly giving us any issues. Flying with the speed breaks out makes us incredibly fuel inefficient. That said, though, notice how it's green. Notice how it's green. So I guess it tends to agree that we are a little above our maximum landing weight. Right. .9er. Now it's saying it doesn't like it. That said, though, right now I kinda do. Kinda like it as of right now. Clear. Yeah, I know. Speed brake still out. Status normal. The reason that I want the speed brake out is just so we can become a little less fuel efficient. mean, it's not like I'm slowing down all the way. I mean, we're at Toga, essentially, for right now. Do 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 do. Top descent in about 7 minutes. And we are going to Barfield International Airport, which I don't understand how it's an international airport. It's that fucking tiny. I mean, okay, seriously, guys. November, Victor, Victor, Victor. Fucking tiny. Port Vila. It's fucking tiny airport right here. Fucking tiny. I mean, it really is tiny. I mean, I'd kind of be surprised if we even have a thing. Do 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 do. Better bum 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 bum. Okay, in case of go around, it is heading of turn direct to Mike Alpha Hotel, mandatory 2000. All right. See here. All right. Let's put the speed brakes away now because she's a little on the concern side about that. Port Vila traffic speed bed. 23 Papa is going to begin descent now down to an altitude of 2,000 feet from flight level 340. We are expecting the RNAV runway 29er Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo transition. Port Vila traffic. Let's put this in wrong. In. I do not. Good. Okay. Descent now down to an altitude of 2,000 feet. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Off to Port Vila. Vanuatu. Sorry. Port Vila Vanuatu. Sorry. Vanuatu. I have no fucking clue. I guess. Alright. Let's see here. Get to chill and descend. You're chilling and descending now. 2 minutes early, but that's fine. Oh, it's fine to me. And this is gonna set us up on about a 15-mile final. Maintain 2,000. We'll maintain high speed until then. Maintain 2,000. Do 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 do. Yeah, you get to go down to altitude 2,000. Yeah. But yeah, no, so I think tonight what we'll do is we'll do some short hauls in the 772 or in the 773. Or I don't know. I don't know. Probably most likely the 772 just because I love that thing. But yeah. Let's see here. Do 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 do. Link Fenix altimeters. Ever got annoyed with having to set the altimeter in the Fenix A320s on both sides? There's a setting for that in the Fenix EFB controls. EFS borrow control set to linked. And now you'll never have to set both altimeters again. By the way, if anyone has anything to say about this not being the best idea, please leave a comment. Do 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 do. Let's see here. How far are we in our descent? Looking solid now. Looking solid. Level 20 or altitude 2,000 feet. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Yeah, so I think tonight is going to be a really solid night to, yeah, so I think tonight is going to be a really solid night to go ahead and move over into the triple for some of these mid-range flights. I think that's what we'll do for tonight once my FMC arrives, which is out. It'll be arriving today, just to be crystal clear. It'll be arriving today. Yeah, basically, you can probably aim for a 10 o'clock stream. Is going to be the hope. Yeah. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, tonight will be a good night to go ahead and give the 7-7s, or the 777s another go. Yeah, that'll be the aim anyway. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Ascent. We are ascending. So this. How long is this runway? It's an 8,000 foot runway. We'll go autobrake medium. We'll set the autobrake at medium for today, or for this landing. Let's see here. Here's what we're gonna do. Turquoise weight. Oh yeah, that will help us out. That ought to help us out now. No. And notice how it actually says it's a good idea somehow. I would tend to agree. Flying with speed brake fully out. Just to burn off a little bit of fuel. We are estimating. Yeah, what is our maximum landing weight again? Scene brief will tell us. Max landing weight 778. Oh yeah. Fuck. Oh yeah, fuck. Fuck. Now, that's what we'll set our speed to now. The speed of brake's still out. First weight, yeah, 778 is our maximum landing weight. Fuck, we might end up having to hold actually, but hopefully that'll solve it. Yeah, hopefully that'll solve it. Eight. Fuck. With our maximum landing weight being 778. What are you at now? I'm gonna need that to continue to go down. I don't know. We might end up having to hold. I'm gonna put it in the hold, I think, because we are above our maximum landing weight, even in the descent. Well, that's going down to 783 million, but that's still 600 pounds of fuel that we have to lose. So, I mean, yeah, no, that's still that's still 600 kilos of fuel that we have to lose. And that's comparable to the amount that we have. So, right, that's a comparable number. Right there. It's 100, if I'm not mistaken. 1008 as of that. Let me just verify this in the most recent METAR. 1009 now. I'm gonna put in the hold because we're still not. They have a hold button. Flight plan to hold at Alpha Foxtrot. Yeah. What's the computer number? What is the computed? No. Port Vila traffic, speedbird 23 Papa slowing speed now. 220 knots. Port Vila traffic. And what's it looking like now? 782. I'd say if we continue to do this, and we're gonna get low, I just think that we might still be a little heavy. I think we might just be a little on the heavy side. So maybe what we'll do is some extended radar vectors for final. Hey, your average porter. Welcome aboard. We are headed to Port Vila, and we have a small little issue. Not relating to the storm. That small little issue being we are actually, well, 77, yeah. That small little issue being that we are actually above our maximum landing weight. And we have been, so I think we're going to have to hold for a minute. Let's see here. Hold, the inbound course is 286. It'll be right-hand turns. 286 degrees. And barely anything, actually. Barely anything, just a little patch right there. Anyway, we're going to have to hold now. Speed now, 220. Port Vila traffic, speedbird 23 Papa, slowing speed now at 220 knots, so it's sending altitude 2,000 feet. Port Vila traffic. Now that's going to be one tiny airport. I'm going to warn you now. Warn you, it's going to be one small airport. Yeah, just a little spot. Just a small little. It's a small little spot. Let's see here. That's looking solid. We are flying back in the Phoenix today. Back in the A320. 781. Yeah, I don't know. Flaps 1 now. That might help. That might help. Yeah, no, actually, the most recent METAR report for Port Vila is wind now 130 degrees 6. Let me go ahead and update that. One 30 degrees 6, and we are landing 29er. That's a tailwind. Fuck. Well, we'll go for it. We're gonna go for it. 130 degrees 6. AGGH 1009. It'll be a 1009er on the QNH. Noted. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa. We're still a little above our maximum landing weight. And so we are most likely going to hold at waypoint Alpha. Sorry, most likely hold at waypoint Alpha Foxtrot 29er Echo, and that is on the ILS that is on the RNAV final for 29er. We may also switch our runways while we hold. Port Vila traffic. And we're low. Let's see here. Speed now, yeah, speed 220 knots. And we have plenty of time once we're on the final. Once we're on final, we have plenty of time. Let's on it. Okay, everything's on, which is good. And okay, that's working overtime now. So that's solid at least. Yeah, we're just a little heavy still. Our maximum landing weight, our gross weight needs to get down to 27.8, I believe. So we just need to lose another. It'll most likely be. Yeah, we just need to lose, roughly speaking, another 200 kilos of fuel. Sorry, another 2,000. Yeah, no, just about another 200 kilos of fuel, most likely. We've lost one of them. Yeah, I think we might be fine. But that said, though, let me just verify it is what I think it is. And yeah, 778. Yeah, we're just wait. I'm gonna get to maintain this for a moment. Let's see here. We're still a little heavy, but don't know. I think we'll be fine though. I think we will be fine. I just don't want Newsky to bash us for an overweight landing. And I just saw that lightning strike, by the way. Yeah, I just don't want Newsky to bash us for the overweight landing. But if we get down to 7.7, there we go, 7.78 now. So there we go. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa canceling the hold at Alpha Foxtrot 29er Echo. About to turn final. RNAV runway 29er. It'll be about a 15-mile final. Port Vila traffic. Alright, speed now speed now 200 knots further on the RNAV. Go with a bit more flaps now. Either a cat is upstairs or you have a bigger mouth issue than I thought. Morton Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, turning final now. Sorry, my bad. RNAV, runway 29er. Morton Vila traffic. It's gonna be tailwind conditions. And can we just verify train? Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, slowing now, speed 160 knots until 4 mile final. Port Vila traffic. Treat it like Heathrow today. And we can check the speed of breakaway. Damn, I just saw that lightning strike. We gotta get this thing on the ground. And where's my phone at? Just want to verify that it's not shut down. Reading possible in the next hour. Noted. Alright. Approach mode is on. Maintaining. Alright. Once we get past this next waypoint, it is a 10-mile final. So that we can go ahead and arm the ground spoolers. Actually, we'll maintain speed. In case we go around, in case of go around, it is climb altitude 2000. Turn left immediately to Mike Alpha Hotel. 29er. Okay, noted. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa. Now roughly 8-mile final. RNAV runway 29er. Port Vila traffic. Damn, we got a storm. You're the only ones arriving into this airport. Nice. Approach mode is on. Gear down. Flaps now to full. Arriving into storm. Signs on. Oh dear. The runway is in sight now. That's so that we are in a bit of a storm now. Might be exiting the storm now. I think anyway, at least I hope. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, slowing final approach speed of speed 148 knots. Port Vila traffic. Auto brake. Okay. Landing checklist. Okay. Landing lights are on. Notice lights to take off. Runway turn off lights are on. Signs are on. Cabin is ready. Speed brake is armed. Flaps are full. Gear is down. Cleared to land. And let me just go ahead and give y'all this. Port Vila traffic, final call, Speedbird 23 Papa on a short final now, RNAV runway 23, Port Vila traffic. We're going to take this over by hand in a moment. Noted. Continue. Surprised we haven't gotten the thing. My controls.
Approaching 29.
Noted. Still feels a little off, to be honest. Not a good time to get a little itchy. So for this looking tidy.
100. 50. 30. 20. Retard.
Oh dear. That was hard.
4,000 feet remaining.
Alright. Let's go and get those brake fans on immediately then. Oh dear. That was definitely a floater. That was definitely a floater right there. And Pressonitis at its best. Go and increase our taxi speed so we can go ahead and get to the back taxi stage. Yeah, at least RAS worked pretty well. RAS worked pretty damn well there. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa. Taxiing down the runway to back taxi runway runway 29er. Port Vila traffic. Yeah, Newsky auto bashes for that. And this airport's definitely not meant to have an A321 at it. Oh dear. That's it. Somehow it's an international airport, which I kind of do get. I do kind of understand how this is an international airport.
Approaching 1.
Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, back taxiing runway 11. Port Vila traffic.
On runway 11.
Yeah, at least it's a nice and wide runway. At least this is a very, very nice and wide runway. Yeah, this guy's gonna bash us for that landing right there, but that's fine. A bit of a long landing, at least we're making progress. It's 1:25 a.m. and I feel fine. Oh dear, look at all that lightning. Time to get out of here fucking fast. It is time to get out of here fucking fast. Ain't it? There'll be no GSX here. This is going to be one of those places where we get we get unloaded and we'll be getting the fuck out. Actually, APU on now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Before conditions deteriorate. Before the conditions begin to deteriorate. Bringing an A321 in here is not the best of ideas, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. At least we're on the pavement. Technically, though, I kinda doubt the rear wheels are. Kinda have my doubts that the rear wheels are. Though, okay, they are, only just barely. Okay. Getting off right there would have been the correct thing to do. Yeah, and there'll be, here's the plan. Here is what the plan is. I'm gonna park. On the passengers, it'll be we're gonna leave nothing on. We'll leave the APU on. Here we go. We can go and check down number 2 now. Here's the plan. The genius plan. And may gates fuck themselves, because what we are going to do is this. We're gonna pull up and get the fuck out. We're gonna try to get reasonably close to the building. Right here, and then we are going to simply be able to do the turn. Alright, parking brake is set. Engine number 1 is off. Insert off. Beacon lights now off. Close. What's the damage looking like? I know what's gonna happen. Gotta remember to put those lips back in. Okay, a course end. Okay, let's take a look here. Newsky. 8.34. Yeah, long landing. Option line landing. Average touchdown. Damn, it's like really being tough on us today. It wasn't that bad, though. It surely wasn't that bad. Long landing. Yeah, okay. But it wasn't that off center line. Average touchdown. Okay. Let's get to the next place. Let's get to Hanira. A321 BIAE. Now this 1 year is a bit longer. It's a 2-hour flight. That puts us at, roughly speaking, 4 a.m. arrival. That's fine. We might have to cut it there for the night. Speedbird 23 Papa. November with Victor, and let me hang on. Newsky will tell me on here. On the iPad. Alpha Golf Hotel. A321. Alright, and we're in the Solomon Islands, where hopefully everything will be a little bit better. Alright, pre-file onto VATSIM. We're going to try to have one insanely fast turnaround time. And me turning on the and it appears that, hang on, why is this? Yeah, the flaps are still full, but that's fine. Dismiss mass imbalance. Reset all. My flights have to import from SimBrief. Mass imbalance load aircraft instant. Send that to the MCDU. Init requests. Right, now we got our AGGH, and it's giving it to us. Fuck, we're gonna waste a lot of paper. I really need to get a receipt paper. I really need to get a receipt printer if we're gonna continue to do this. So that's now 3 bits wasted. I'll try out what I can. Alright, there we go. Let's see here. Speed bed 2-3 at Papa. What does SimBrief have to say about this? Cost index 5. Cruise altitude 340. It's estimating our our landing weight to be below it, only just barely though. And okay, and then in terms of all this performance, send that to the MCDU. Good. APU bleed on. Beacon lights on. And then in terms of the runway, we are going to have to take the other runway. Take departure via runway 11. No, said straight out departure. What that looks like. Alright, we'll go ahead and get direct to Joseph in now. Alright. Let's see here. Ignition start. Go and get both engines up. Go ahead and get Newsky started. Port Vila traffic speed bird 2-3 Papa startup in position. Port Vila traffic. Give y'all that. And we are knocking out a lot of legs today. We are just knocking out legs today.
behind you. Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit in an emergency.
Alright, and we get to back taxi to the same runway again. It'll be climb, turn, it'll be straight out departure. Alright. Both engines available. Get the flaps up. Okay. That is looking solid. Flight controls check. You have full down. Full up. Full left. Full right. There we go. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, gonna begin our taxi now. Runway 11 to back taxi runway 11. Port Vila traffic. Oh, what's the issue? Are there shocks set? There might be. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, entering the runway to back taxi for a runway 11 departure. Port Vila traffic.
Approaching 29.
Spoilers. Armed. Flaps to take off. Good.
On runway 29.
Alright, we have to get a very, very quick departure out of here before the storm gets any worse. And I think we're just gonna do a bit of a Toka takeoff for today, for this next one, because our takeoffs so far have been absolute garbage. Signs. Alright, this is looking quite ugly right here. So we need to get out of here. Noted. Takeoff config. Check. Alright, let's see here. Got initial climb 5,000. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, lining up runway 11. Port Vila traffic.
Approaching. 1. 1.
Alright, clear for takeoff. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, taking off now, runway 11.
Runway. 1. 1.
Straight out departure. Initial climb 5,000, Port Vila traffic. Alright, thrust is set. Airspeed alive. Easy knots. Check. Everything normal. 100 knots. 120. V1. And rotate. Alright. Positive rate. Gear up. That was a good takeoff for once. That was a solid takeoff for once. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa is now airborne, passing altitude 1,600 feet. Climbing now, flight level 340. Port Vila traffic. Just want to get a little higher, please. I know that they're hot. We're gonna turn this way. Down the outskirts, yeah, it'll take us ever so slightly longer to get there, but I want us to get above 5,000 before we turn direct. And put some flaps away. Alright. Port Vila traffic, Speedbird 23 Papa, turning now direct to Joseph. That is the Juliet Oscar Zulu Echo Foxtrot waypoint on our flight plan. Port Vila traffic. Alright, looking a little bit better now. You have to hand fly this thing a little longer. And now you see why I wanted us to climb a little bit more. And the trim is not set in any way, shape, or form. Why does this not want to... Is it because of the localizer? We can in-fly this thing for right now, unless... Going out. Why is this thing not letting us to... Why is this thing being annoying? Why is this thing being annoying? That's the fucking trim, isn't it? Oh, I know why. Nope, that's not why. Alright, why is it that these... Why is it that this is pissing me off? I think it has something to do with the trim. I don't know. Maybe the brake fan, is it? Is that why? And I don't want to fly the thing all the way there. Is it really just the trim? I don't know. Might need a little help here from Grumpy. It's kind of annoying. I don't want to hand flight the whole thing all the way over there, but because it's, I mean, it's a 2-hour flight, but I mean, it's something to do with the trim, I think. It's something to do with the trim. It has something to do with the trim, I think. Because I have to constantly apply pressure, and it's getting annoying. I mean, the trim is it's up a fair amount as well. It's like, does it really have to be that far up? Okay, Good. Someone help me out urgently. Is it rudder trim, maybe? Hang on. Can you reset that? No, it still wants to trim up. That's the thing. It's still like wanting to trim up. No, it's like it's still wanting to trim up, and I don't really. If anyone's tuning in, I could use your help here, because something's going on with the trim, and I think it's messing up the autopilot as well. Help! I have to hand fly the aircraft all the way there, most likely. It's gonna get annoying. Maybe it was something to do with the aileron with that. I don't know. Kick the rudder pedals real quickly and see if there's Okay, alright, here's what we're gonna do. Flight director's off. Okay, I have an idea. I have a potential theory on what it is. Let's see here. Is it this? No, it won't be under that. Where is it? Be under that. No. Would it be under that? Nope. Where is it? Nope, not under camera. I have a theory that it might have something to do with auto assist with the auto assistances. Just keep it moving in that direction, please. Okay, I need to consult some help. Uh. Unless it's finally fixed. Okay. Finally get autopilot back on the second. Oh, so annoying. Alright, finally got back on. Finally got it back on. I have no clue. Alright. Maybe if someone can help me understand the Airbus a bit more. Alright, let's see here. Yeah. You can resume your own speed now. Okay. Airbuses don't even allow you to trim all in or. Okay. Yeah. Hang on. The second let go of the stick, it would go. Let me just. It would. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Some days I absolutely hate Airbus. I'm curious about something. Linus is Okay. Let's see here. Ow, that was annoying. Very, very annoying. That was very, very annoying right there. Been flying out for 5 hours. Yep. See here. Most. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to consult Linus's help. Respond. So, let's see here. So Linus thinks it was probably just the software being bugged. Which is a possibility. Not gonna lie about it being a possibility. Yeah. So, what is our ETA now? Do we even have a fuel board? We will. That said that we will be well below our maximum then. Wait, I think. 808. So about an hour. Okay. Yes, we got about an hour to our top descent. I'm 3-3, so. Time 330, so. All right. We're making good progress on these Euro capitals, or sorry, on these around the world RTWs. So you're making great progress, actually. We really are right now. So. All right, now do we need to adjust this? I hope not. Data. Let's see here. Yeah. We're making great progress on these tonight. Let's see. Fenix systems don't like bulked landings very much. We've had a range of garbage happen after those. That's bulked landings set aside. Yeah. All right. Started talking with Linus, who is a good member of the AirNott family and has helped me out several times, on occasion, including just now. So. Anyway, I know now that we need to. I do know now that we need to do that. If we were to do another leg tonight, which I don't know, I really don't know, because I have the energy to go at this till like 6, 7 a.m. But I also don't know from the standpoint of we'd have to restart the aircraft, so it'd be like about a 15-20 minute overtime, and this is in the next leg's a little longer than this one. So I really don't know. I mean, we have just over an hour left on this leg here. Yeah, I really don't know. Let's see here. Where are we at in terms of this around the world? Let's see here. Now to Honora. Yeah, we might be able to get to this next one, but we have a bunch of long ones we have to do. We'll take care of tonight. We'll take care of at least 2 tonight. At least that'll be the plan anyway. Well, at least 1, to be honest. Maybe we'll try to fly with David Thursday this week. And the frames have plummeted. The frames have plummeted, unfortunately. I'm very, very sad that the frames have plummeted. Yeah, I think this might be our final leg for the night. We have a bunch of longer legs, and then once we get to Hong Kong, we have a few once we get to Ninoy, then we have a bunch of short ones. And actually, once we get to Wag, it's like, yeah, once we get to Ninoy, then I think all these are under, almost. Yeah, we have a bunch of these. Once we get to You have a bunch of easy ones. And actually, for the most part, after that, they're all short legs, so. Alright, what surely our profile's got to be plummeting in rating? Yeah, 83 at 20. Lowest. Okay, what is the requirement again for the for the type rating? Minimum of 50 flights, minimum of 50 hours. Average rating of 9.5 or higher. For the last rating, then minimum rating of. Alright, so what's our A320 rating now? 9.6. We're actually pretty close to getting the type rating on the A320. Now the 777. We're not anywhere close with the 777, even though we should be. But yeah, I mean, And then for the A340, sorry, and then for the A350, yeah. But I think we're, out of all of them, we're the closest to getting it in the A320s. So, you know, I'll take the A320s any day of the week. So, I have still refound my love for Airbus aircrafts. Now let's take a look at what this airport looks like, because I have no clue. Hopefully it's something better than what we've been getting. At Papua New Guinea. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I mean it's a little bit better. So once again, I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's a little bit better. So yeah. Anyway, for now though, we're gonna go ahead and now that I gotta go piss again. Unicom 122.9 for a moment. Alright. Let's take a look here. Just a little bit. Me being on my phone, me being a lazy bum. Alright. Yeah, and the sun is going down, and I think that this is going to be our final leg of the night. Get done 3 legs, 3 solid legs. Because the truth is, I am actually beginning to become a little sleepy, and my bed's not cleared off. I have a few things I have to do. So yeah. Anyway, ETA is in just under an hour. Our ETA is in about an hour. Yeah. The frames are plummeted a little. But, yeah, and I'll be landing in the dark. Hopefully they have an ILS. Don't know. Well, hopefully they have an ILS, but... Actually, let's begin to take a look at that METAR. Let's see here. ATC COM. AOC menu. With a request to November. Where are we going again? Sorry, Alpha Golf Hotel. METAR. There we go. Send. Let's go ahead and get that METAR from this. There. Remember, I can rotate it kind of. METAR states wind 180 degrees 3. Few at 1700 feet. Scattered at 30, temperature 28, dew point 24. Alright, not bad at all, not bad at all. Yeah, I think my question for PMDG is we should have a printer in basically every aircraft. I don't know if we have that in the PMDG though. I don't know if it's modeled. We're gonna test it out tonight, maybe. But if it is modeled, then that's wonderful. Then that'll be my final decision. I'll buy a receipt printer, right? Buy like 5 extra rolls of receipt paper, something like that. And that'll be that, because this wastes a lot of paper. This year wasted a lot of paper. I can only use each bit of paper twice, I think. It's kind of annoying. So, anyway, it is nice to be able to get an actual printout of your METAR and everything. So, let's see here. A nice view of the sunset. Yeah, let's see here. Nice view of the sunset. And the frames have completely plummeted. That's to be expected though. We've been at this now good 5 hours. Sorry, actually no, yeah, we've been at this good 5 hours now. Without restarting the sim once. So it's kind of a little annoying. I blame it more on Fenix than I do because I do notice that after like 5 hours in the inbuilds, it's fine. I only notice it in the Fenix, which means it's a Fenix issue. It's a Fenix related issue, I think. I mean, it's still not great. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely a significant reduction in frames in the PMDGs, but it's not nearly to the same level. So I really don't know. I really don't know. So, That's a which I think that's a better view. You're en route to an airport. I don't know where. Let's see here. Joe Gibbs has a theory. Sorry, gnomes. See here. Right now we're just chilling. I'm bored. I am bored right now. Bored for like the next 20 minutes or so. Damn, Linus is kind of useless, not gonna lie. See you here. Thank you, gnomes. They're turning what are either banking or climbing over SCUs. Try. Okay. Let's see here. Nice view right now. Too bad we're gonna descend here in a few moments. Gonna descend here soonish. Things annoying. Might have to. Hang on 1 second. I have this. This right here. All right, this is getting annoying. Okay. The specific limits for engaging auto. Okay, on generally bank angle must be. Aha. They're thinking, people think that it was it's the low. Always A floor, because of the low train out of that. Yeah. Too steep climb. Let's see here. Now the frames have plummeted, but that's usual. It's always a floor. Basically, flooring on the stuff. Yeah. You know. It's always a. Right, I would lose. All right. How long until we have till our TOD? How long until top descent? About 25 minutes. Yeah, I've probably flown it outside of. Missed the 200. They're all. Yeah, but I've been flying the A350 a lot recently. That. All right. I'm gonna disable the cabin for right now, just to help out the frames a little. So. Oh dear. Oh dear. Thanks for the heads up. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh-oh. We might Cat 3 it. Yeah, let's actually begin to do that descent reefing now. Get a butter in there, and then wind shear drop me. The FMA. Firm does it. All right, let's see here. Let me get my descent briefing up. Alright. Probably screaming at us for that now. I'm rushing it. At auto land. Alright. 06. Oh shit, it's an RNAV. Shit, it's an RNAV. Alright. Flight plan. We get to go. Vicaru. You're on. Sorry. Vicaru 1 Alpha. Sorry. RNAV runway 06. No ILS, damn. Uh-oh. Hang on, let me go ahead and put this in correctly. RNAV 06. That. Vias. Apexi. 10. Inset. Uh-oh. Are we late on this? Direct to Varco. And, yeah. Okay, we just gotta descend. Apexi. Down to altitude 5,000. Before. So, okay. Doesn't mean you can... Alright, let's see here. Beginner descent here momentarily. Well, actually, we still got another 15 minutes. Let's see here. See here. Not bad. Provided visibility is not that big of an issue. It's the wind shear. Thank you. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and read the updated METAR for this arrival. All right. The wind is 180 degrees, 3 knots. Fuel at 17. Fuck. And I've never done the VOR approach. Okay. Breaking out. Oh. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, actually, no, it is. Scattered at 300. Scattered at 3,000. Okay, 700 and 800 feet. Okay, it's not bad. It's not great either. My sim needs, all I like is when. NZAA-350. All right. Let's see here. All right. No. Okay. Back bone roll. Drastically. Okay. Could result in being under the minimum speeds. Let's see here. Uh-oh. D20 series. All right. Webus. We're going with one of the MS Scenery like devs. That makes sense. If that makes yeah. So we'll have to double check that then. Let's see here. Okay. E-Jets. All right. Let's see here. Roadmap. Okay. In progress. Okay. Backlog. Okay. Windshield simulation. Planned. Needs are working on them. Improved 3D effects. More realistic weather radar. Loading integration into custom FMS. Autopilot go around mode. Okay. It's currently being worked on, besides the usual bug fixing, of course. Custom FMS, LNAV plus VNAV. Alright. See here, when was this? These are what for the okay, this is all for the E-Jets. So I'm taking a look here. State 122, 125. Ouch. Actually, hang on. Yeah. I don't know. There seems like they're taking their time. Boeing 727 series. Yeah. I don't know. Alright. I'm going to descend here in a moment down to an altitude of 5,000 feet. And hope and pray that this isn't that bad. Talking to everyone on X and Discord. If you had all the wind, you could, it would easily work with an A318. You have your micro aircraft. Luckily, I'm broke, so I don't have to consider that factor. No. The only gear I have is a HOTUS and one specifically just a universal one. Okay, frames have plummeted. Alright, let's see here. Approaching top descent now. Alright, we can go ahead and begin to turn things off because it's going to be annoying. Alright. The iPad is going to need some help here soonish. Alright, let's see here. Let me take a look here in 1 sec at my charts. So, the arrival chart is pretty simple. No altitude restrictions on the arrival chart. We are on the VACRO 1 Alpha. Basically has us going direct from VACRO direct to Delta, then to APEXY, where there is a hold if we need it. Okay. And then, yeah, we want to be at 5,000 feet. Is there anything at APEXY? No. 5,000 feet at APEXY, which is right there. It's right there. Alright. Destination data. Performance. QNH 1008. Temperature 28. The wind is 180 degrees 3. Arrival via what? 06. Oh dear. Do you want to switch then? 2-4. Yeah, let's switch to 2-4 actually. Arrivals. Vacro 1 Alpha. On your traffic speed bird, 23 pop-up beginning descent now, initially down to flight level 140. Further in a moment of Honoria traffic. Alright. We need to put in this difference in. And approaches will take RNAV from Apexi. Wait, no. Change to 2-4. Of course, this has to be annoying. My ear has to be annoying at the worst time. Arrivals available. Get the Vacro 1 Delta. Approaches. RNAV. For 2-4. Gonza transition. Alright. Flight plan, switch over to runway 24. In RNAV. RNAV for 24. You're on the Vacra 1 Delta. Insert that. Direct Vacra. We need to go ahead and plummet out of the sky, kind of. And hope that my ear doesn't give me any further issues. Alright. Now, just for right now, I'm going to turn off the cabin. Cabin visibility off. Hopefully that'll help us out a little. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and get some dome lights. That might help us out a little. And just verify any altitudes. Nope. Nope. Not on the 1 Delta. You have a hold at Gonza. Let's see here. Gonza. And, yep. There we go. And then, yeah. And then we want to intercept at altitude 3,000. An altitude 3,000 feet at Gonza. And that'll set us up for an exactly 10-mile final on the RNAV from 924. Do 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 do. Then what's our current weight? We are below our maximum landing weight. Our maximum landing weight is 7.8 in terms of metric tons. 775 now. Alright, you're going down to an altitude of 3,000 feet. Right. Honoria traffic speed bed 23 Papa. Further distant now, altitude 3,000 feet, passing flight level 260 now. Via the Vacro 1 Delta arrival. Expecting RNAV runway 24. Honoria traffic. Alright, and then we need to throw in this performance data. And then on the borrow for the RNAV 410. Sorry, 400. Sorry, 400 on the borrow. Though, yeah, 400 on the borrow. And then our transition altitude is flight level 120. We have a QNH of 1008. So we can actually go ahead and throw that in now. Wait, no, we can't. It's not a Boeing. There we go. Can't see a damn thing right now. Uh-oh. That's not great. We have to just slightly adjust everything, but yeah, we just cannot see a damn thing. With that said, we're not quite at the islands yet. Soonish. Actually, we're approaching the islands. We're approaching the Solomon Islands, which there are some political things going on with them, but I'm not going to get into that today because I don't fully know what's happening anymore. I think they're over China, I think. And then in terms of the runway we have a 7,000 foot runway. So what we'll do is I will go auto brake medium this. We'll auto brake medium this. It's fine. Alright. Someone said, welcome back to the smart bus. Sorry, no one said that. Oh dear. With that said, though, I really missed this. I really missed flying this thing. I really missed flying this thing. This morning I kind of woke up and was like, I really miss flying the Fenix. Not only do I miss flying the Fenix, I also miss flying the 737, which is weird somehow. Because I've never missed flying the 737. In fact, I've absolutely hated the 737. It's like I've really been missing the 737 recently. So, anyway, no. This morning I woke up, and I was, this afternoon, because I work evenings. I don't get to bed most mornings until 5:36. And anyway, I woke up this morning and I was like, damn, I really missed the 320s. So I thought, yeah, let's fly the 320s, and boy, oh boy, am I enjoying every second of it today. I'm really enjoying every second of flying the 320s today. So. Yeah. Anyway. See here. Got about 60 miles to touchdown. 60 miles to touchdown now. Alright. And yeah, I am getting to get a little tired. This will be our final leg for the night. Beginning to see stuff, I think. We are beginning to enter back, and you're beginning to enter the Solomon Islands. So. Running, slow the speed down a little. You can go ahead and do that. Like, you can go ahead and slow our speed a little. That's though we're gonna have to slow our speed down another few knots here soonish. We don't actually have that long. Let me just take a look at VAT Sim and radar real quickly. Just verify no traffic. Oh my god, Heathrow looks like a mess. No, we are the only arrivals into this. Anyway, it appears that way. We are the only arrival. We'll begin to pull back our speed in a moment. Speed brake. Yeah, that's fine. Until you tell me you don't need it anymore. Seeing little gaps between the clouds. Letting lights on though help us out in terms of our visibility. We can go ahead and turn these lights off. Wait, not those. Wrong ones. Once again, the wrong ones. Turn those guys off now, just to help out with the increased visibility. All right, speed now 250 knots. UNH 1008. And what's the okay? Honolulu traffic speed bed, 23 Papa, slowing our speed now down to about 240 knots. Honolulu traffic. And Honolulu traffic, just for anyone's numbers, we have, roughly speaking, about 40 miles to touchdown. On the AirNott runway 24. Honolulu traffic. In case of go around, it is immediate turn. It is mandatory right turn at 600 feet direct to Gonza. In case of go around. Langways are on. Good. We'll begin to put out flaps here soonish. That said, though, we have a pretty strong tailwind right now. We have updated winds. The winds are now 160 degrees, 4 knots. Noted. $160 at 4. Honolulu traffic speed bed. 23 Papa, slowing our speed now at 200 knots by the time we turn final, and about 20 miles. Honolulu traffic. Yeah, actually we might auto brake max this. Hopefully we don't have to, but we might have to. Alright. Go ahead and give y'all yoke cam now before I forget, like last time. Or, sorry, stick cam. About to level off. That'll help us out with our speed in a major way. Honoria traffic speed bed 23 Papa. Leveling off now. Altitude 3000 for another 15 miles. Slowing speed now 200 knots. Actually change that to speed 180 knots until on the arrival. Sorry, until on the RNAV. Honoria traffic. I don't know if it's Hanara or Honoria. It's Alpha Golf Golf Hotel. So HIR. HIR. So do more flaps now.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Noted. Give us about a 10-mile final. We got about 20 miles to touchdown. About 20 miles to 0 miles to touchdown. Everything is on good. In terms of our fuel, we got 773 in terms of our fuel, and then our diversion. We got plenty of fuel on board. No clue what the official number is. Alright, then we clear for the approach. Once established on it. Tune down the range in just a moment. Maintain 180 knots. That's a little on the that's a little on the early side, but that's fine. Perfect. I'd love to see that. That's precisely what I wanted to see. That is precisely what I wanted to see. Okay, we can go. I don't see any reason that we can't go flaps 3. And do I see the runway? Yeah, kind of right behind here. Might. That looks like the runway right there. Very much looks like it. Alright. Turn our range down now. There are mice. There are the mice. Very, very annoying mice. Alright. Oh, see, any reason why we can't go flaps full? Honoria traffic speed bed 23 Papa, slowing now, speed 170 knots, turning final in about 1 mile for our nav runway 24. Traffic. Honoria. Flaps are full. We'll get the gear down once you turn. Speed 170. Go 170 till 6. Alright. Honolulu traffic speed bed 23 Papa, turning final now, RNAV runway 24. Honolulu traffic. And there's the beautiful runway. Once we are out of the turn, we can go ahead and throw the landing gear down. Gear down. Noted. Honolulu traffic speed bird 35 Papa, maintaining speed 170 knots until 6 mile final. Then after that, slowing to our final approach speed of around 140 knots. About 7 mile final now, Honolulu traffic. My ears have to be killing me today. Very, very infuriating. Alright, slow down to our final approach speed now. Honolulu traffic speed bed 23 Papa, slowing to our final approach speed. 5 mile final now, Honolulu traffic. Alright, you just need to arm these ground spoilers. Don't expect anything too nice. Take this over, passing about 700, I reckon. Aim for this to be a butter landing, though it is a crosswind landing, so I don't know. So far, we're looking alright. I mean, a tad high, to be honest. Take this over, passing about 400. A little off, not gonna lie. Noted. Take this over manually once I am able to see the bit more thoroughly.
2, 4.
Noted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. My controls. Continue.
Retard.
157 feet per minute. Not bad at all. Definitely off center line.
1,000 feet remaining.
Gotta stay on those brakes now.
2,000 feet remaining.
There we go. We made it. Was a little late on those reversers there. We can go ahead and vacate right here. Right here on Alpha. Welcome to Honoria International. Flaps away now. APU on. News lights to taxi, landing lights off. Let me turn off lights off. We can go ahead and go ahead and get that. Well, doesn't really matter. Brake fan on. Go ahead and I think we'll take this stand right here. This default scenery is not great. Not gonna lie about that. Alright, parking brake set. He is available, perfect timing. Engine number 1, engine number 2 shut down. You can go ahead and begin deboarding. We have arrived. And print out that stupid message annoyingly. A car's end. Alright. Ground services. Trucks and cones, you can go ahead and get the ground power unit now. Alright, and that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a true blast. And I will see you all in the next one. So long.